That's the wrong screen. Hello, nerds, and welcome back to more of this fantastic 48-hour marathon for Trans Justice Funding Project. We've got 4 hours left, so it is this interview and Oops All Ace Thirsty Stored Lesbians, and then we are done. So far, we have raised $415. You can find more links both about uh, Trans Justice Funding Project and how to donate in the chat later during Oops All Ace. There'll be a couple of giveaways. And if we get to $500, we'll also be giving away a physical copy of Valor Best in Class. Unfortunately, because of shipping costs, it is US only giveaway. But if we get there, excited to be able to give that away. Hi everyone, I am Sophia, one of your chancellors and the founder of NWD Dice. I'm so glad to be sitting here with.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nemesis. I'm the lead designer and sort of project lead and general coordinator of kittens over at Sandy Pug Games. I feel incredibly privileged to be sitting here and talking to you all with my good friend here.
Yeah, I'm excited to have you here. So you have an upcoming release.
That's true. That's often true. It's especially true right now.
Hell Piercers. What is Hell Piercers?
Hell Piercers is it's sort of like a Lancer Icon inspired fourth edition kind of tactics tabletop role playing game with a couple of twists. It's got this big kind of real time strategy layer to the game with these big maps that you kind of do this big war campaign across. It's reaching artistically and aesthetically from a couple different sources and thematically from a few places that I don't think you see a lot in tabletop role-playing game. It's been in the works for like 2+ years. I'm very, very sorry to all of our long-suffering Kickstarter backers who are finally seeing some progress on this thing. It is a game about a far future humanity who has mastered its own destiny and ascended beyond its sort of gross material concerns and is sort of mantled a godhead that then turns its focus onto the liberation of the final prison, hell.
That sounds certainly interesting. So you mentioned themes. What themes is it drawing on?
We're drawing on a rich well of Gnostic and ancient religious and philosophical aesthetics and traditions. You know, we spend about 6 months a year before the actual project went to crowdfunding doing a kind of self-guided comparative religions course where we were kind of doing a lot of work on reading primary sources like the Gospel of Thomas and other kinds of things from that area. It's a beautiful time period, you know, in that in mythos and culture, that kind of space, because you have like the ascendancy of the new world religions that we all kind of live with nowadays, and you have that clashing against powerful cultural forces. You've got like influences from the ancient Greeks. You've got conflict with the Roman sort of state religion. You've got influences from, you know, 1,000 little cults that are just interpreting this brand new book, the Bible, in all of these new ways that really aren't familiar to us these days. They're kind of trying to come to grips with some of these ideas, and they're kind of coming up with their own interpretations and dogma of them, and so you get these really interesting Gnosticism, you know, as a term actually doesn't really refer to one group of thinking. It doesn't really refer to one religious tradition. It refers to, it's like the word heretic in a way. It's sort of just like summing up a collection of people who thought the wrong thing about Christianity and stuff in the area at the time. And it's also one of those things where most of what we have about the faith comes from a limited collection of primary sources and like the propaganda that their enemies wrote up about them. So it kind of creates an interesting dynamic for writing a story about human liberation and the claiming of one's grand and galactic destiny, and then turning that one inwards for the betterment of all, that kind of thing. That's what's going on thematically. This stuff lends itself really, really well to prison abolition, to global unity, to questions of post-revolution, post-utopic concerns. A lot of stuff that we make, I think people have observed in the past. Sandy Hook Games likes making games about utopias. We like making games about what do you do after you solve all of the big problems that we have right now? What does the world look like after that? How do people come together in those spaces to solve big problems? And this is kind of the biggest one. You start the game as people who routinely teach stars how to reason and think and be conscious. And then we take those people and we shove them in hell, and now you've got to kind of navigate tussling with these like cosmic forces and these esoteric and exotic foes with their own kinds of long-winded destinies that are hard to uncover. There's a little bit of Dark Souls in there. This is like lore and story is delivered in a very like hands-off way, a very interpretive sense, that sort of thing. That was a little rambly. I hope that got there in the end. Thematically, it's cool. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. I've peeked at it. Hadn't had a full chance to sit down and really look too much at what's out there for it, but the artwork certainly does look really cool, which makes, of course, the game look really cool.
Huge shout out to the team there. I mean, it's James Butler. We've got Leafy. We've got Raul Valpalto. We've got Quinn Welsh Wilson. We've got so many cool people working on that book, and all of them are bringing this intense and unique, beautiful styling to the worlds, and just everyone's on the same page insofar as like a lot of Hellpiercers is about this gonzo approach to game design. You know what I mean? We came to this initially. The pitch was, there sure are a lot of role-playing games that are really proud of being like entry-level games. There sure are a lot of role-playing games that are really excited about telling you about how accessible and how like easy they are to get into. I wonder what it looks like if we make a game that isn't that. I wonder what it looks like if we make a game that is very proudly extreme in every choice that we make. And I think that's reflected really powerfully in the art. Everyone took the opportunity and ran with it. I think everyone's made some really impressive stuff for this thing.
Yeah, for sure. What would you say the most difficult part of designing Hellpiercers was?
Oh my god. Well, I think that this is true of every project. It's about managing resources. It's about managing people. From my perspective, as the project lead, the project manager, like I don't want to over toot my own horn too much. I don't want to like boast too much. I find the writing part of this is the fun part. The writing part of this is the easy part. I'm not the kind of person that gets stuck up or hung up on like a thing in a game too much. You know what I mean? This stuff flows from my head pretty easily, and I have a really good team making sure that whatever garbage I wrote ends up being readable in the end. The real challenge in this, and I think the real challenge in almost every one of these big projects where you're involving so many people, is just you start running into issues with timing and with deadlines and with people just having things to do. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't most people's real lives, quote unquote. This is a space people are able to engage in when and where they're free, right? When and where they have time and money and resources and whatnot. And so the reason this project took so long, and I mean, anyone, a lot of our followers have been very, very kind and followed along with this and have been very understanding, but we just had, people drop out. I mean, one of the secrets of these big groups is just if someone starts faltering, if you start losing that momentum, if you start having people stop replying to you, things can get really bogged down in a mire very, very quickly. And that, more than money, more than, ideas, more than tough kind of design questions, is really where things start to break down. So you really got to be on top of that stuff. And for the first year, I mean, things were going really well. And then I think I think a lot of folks in our scene will probably admit that indie RPGs went through something of a roadblock, kind of a stumbling block in the last couple of years. We were really riding a lot of momentum on all that crowdfunding money, right? I think everyone was getting their stuff on Kickstarter really, really easily. Everyone was kind of hyped. We had lots of big releases coming out all the time. Everyone was coming up with big plans and big teams. And then post COVID, I say post COVID, post that initial kind of that block of time that will be in the history books as the COVID times, the money kind of dried up a little bit. People had to go back to work. People had to get back to their office jobs. People just lost the ability to be involved in the community all that much. People weren't staying at home all the time anymore. Um, and so, unfortunately, I mean, that, Hellpiercer suffered from that. Hellpiercer's we lost several layout artists in a row, which is a very critical part of the game production. And without that, there's a lot of open questions in how we format and how we work on some stuff. We lost some of our artists had to take a pretty long hiatus for a while. And when you've got a book like this, which is so big and so intricate, such big plans, you know what I mean? Such pie in the sky stuff. Like I said before, right? All of this was built around the concept of how far can we really push this? How extreme can we go? And it's just one of the consequences of taking that approach to design is that you are vulnerable. Managing your team, that's always the hard part. That's always the hard part.
Yeah, I think, and it sort of kind of hits the whole TTRPG space, the managing your teams and stuff, because you said, well, it's not people's real lives. It's not our first thing. As much
Mhm.
as we all would love to have a mysterious benefactor making sure we can make all of the games and produce all of the shows, it's just not a reality.
Yeah. A lot of us are treading water, A lot of us are just doing our best.
Yeah, but on a, I guess, more exciting note, what would you say your favorite part of designing Hell Piercers was?
I mean, it's the same side of that coin, or it's the other side of that coin, the things that you're enabled to do when you sort of give up on like these ideas of making the game playable to be like brutal, to be kind of rough about it. I love the builds you can put together in Hellpiercers. I don't think there's a game out there that has as much diversity is maybe the wrong word, but like the power level of any given choice that you make, and the way that it unexpectedly merges with all these other choices we put in, the way how these like things diegetically come out of each other. In Hellpiercers, there's a little backstory for anyone who doesn't know. In Hellpiercers, your character is made up really of three core elements. You've got a class, weapon, and armor, right? Each one of these things kind of commands a different thing that you might associate with a character. Your armor typically is associated with your repose, like your parry ability, and your movement. And your weapon is your main attack. And then your class usually gives you something between those two, some like very powerful utility that allows you to leverage those things in a big way. And those weapons are like the scale of those weapons and the kind of abilities that you get out of them. We've got the weakest weapon in the game is called oh my goodness, regrettable precaution. And it is a pistol that is a prayer for a better gun, when you pull the trigger within the lore, the gun searches through every universe to find one where you've got a better weapon in your hand, and that works by basically allowing you to play other characters' guns. Um, so you're walking around with this pistol. It's not very good, but it does allow you to check. So you technically have access to the entire party's arsenal from this pistol, right? And you can throw this gun and create a turret out of it. And that's our weakest weapon. And so it goes up from there. You've got like a sword that lets you just teleport around the whole battlefield. You've got like a big cannon that charges up and does big room sweeping attacks. So you pair that with things like armor that lets you fly all around the place, or turn yourself into a pinball and bounce between enemies, or you've got like classes that allow you to capture enemies in a kind of pocket dimension inside your soul and sort of torture them and mess with them and then turn them out to use for your own purposes. You've got anyone out there who likes a good tower build. We got a guy out there who's dropping towers left, right, and the center, and doing all kinds of cool stuff with those. And so there's a real freedom to that, right? Both to design and to play. And as you play, one of the rewards you kind of are baked in is once you beat 5 missions with one class, you unlock that class for um, we call it cross-class development, but it's basically building your own class. You can kind of mix and match the abilities of each class with each other and create your own thing. The whole sort of the game is kind of this on-ramp for you start with a fairly limited and fairly specific selection of things, and then by the end of the game, you should sort of have an enormous ocean of freedom to put together these bananas builds. The lore also, I mean, I talked about it a little bit more. I won't babble on, so this answer isn't 1,000 hours long, but the lore is so good. It's such a comparative religion is one of like my life passions. It's something I'm always doing. I'm always reading, you know, thousands-year-old texts where they're talking about their incredibly unique cosmologies and that kind of thing. And just being able to bring that together and then fuse it to all this other stuff that we've got going on, all of this like ritualistic socialism we've got going on in there. We've got all these like aspects of global universal kind of liberation and communism, that kind of stuff. It's a sort of a development from a lot of the ideas we had in Monster Care Squad too.
Yeah, that is that is an exciting character creation. Because while I do love my simple games, sometimes it is just nice to be able to get in the game and go.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, yeah.
Having a game where you can just kind of do anything where the possibilities are limitless, while overwhelming sometimes, is also so much fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing. We've made plenty of simple games. You know what I mean? I've got plenty of accessible stuff up in the itch page. As a design experience, as a way of expression, taking the limiters off is an incredibly powerful experience.
Yeah, it certainly sounds like it. Um, let's see. Sort of.
You know,
Oh,
the other thing too is there's a huge amount of faith that you place in the reader, right? That's the other side of that too. Is like, and when we talk about favorite parts of the game, I think that like I think in terms of kind of author to community communication, the ability to be like, hey, look, I trust you to figure this out. You know what I mean? I'm not going to believe that this is just too complicated for you. I'm not going to make assumptions about how good at maths you all are, or how like easily you can juggle all these keywords and this layout stuff. It is hard, but I trust you, and I trust if you don't want to figure all this stuff out, you can figure that out for yourself too.
uh, the sort of almost the TTRPG equivalent of the first thing you got to learn as an author is to not overwrite. You got to trust them to be able to
Mhm, mhm, mhm.
figure stuff out.
Right.
So, in general, what would you say your game design principles are?
It's it's hard to nail down. I think that one of the things that we do at Sandy Pug Games is we're always trying to do something a little different, and we're always trying to look at what we've done in the past and not just iterate on the same kind of theme or the same kind of throughput of our work. We're always trying to approach things from a different angle. But at its base, I think all of our work involves questions about community. They all involve questions about society and where we're going. All of our games are kind of about asking questions about the limits of that kind of baseline communism, that kind of like togetherness of humanity, that kind of like soul of collaboration that burns within us all. It's all about the limitations of utopia. A lot of our work is about finding interesting ways of interacting with our community, finding interesting ways of flipping certain paradigms on their heads. You know what I mean? We did this one game, 10 million HP Planet, that a lot of people liked us for, and that was kind of a similar thing. That was just a game that was based around like, well, how you're not supposed to multiply dice, right? You're not supposed to multiply your results. You're not really supposed to have a lot of bonuses that add multiplicative effects because things get out of hand real quick. But what if we did? What would that look like? How much fun would that be? It turns out it's good. Turns out if you do it right, you can have something. You can build a game around fighting one boss that has 10 million hit points, and apparently that'll all get resolved in like 2 or 3 hours if you put enough multipliers onto your attacks. Kind of trying to find riding that boundary, between like tabletop role-playing game and something else. I'm always trying to make fun stuff. I'm always trying to make stuff that people enjoy. I'm always trying to make worlds that people maybe find some things that they want in our world from it. Something that inspires something here and now. You know what I mean? I don't think games are necessarily as powerful as, there's that quote, right, about like the resistance to the Vietnam War being about as powerful as a like pie dropped from a small step ladder or whatever. I forget who said it. They're talking about how every author and every filmmaker and every artist in the world opposed the Vietnam War, and it was laser focused on the opposition to the war, and it had about as much impact as, well, nothing, right? It didn't really prevent it. But within that dynamic, right, art makes money. Money can be used to do things. Art pulls people together into community. Community can be directed to do things. I like to think that Sandy Pug Games is a vehicle for political and ideological change. I like to think it's a vehicle for education in that way. I like to think that through things like our grants, like through the ways in which we try to bring collaborative groups together, and through the ways in which that we talk about and explain real world ideologies, the way that we kind of educate about them, the way that we like try to lift up everyone. I like to think that that's a big part of what we do too.
It sounds like a lot, but that is amazing. Sort of leading off of that question, what does game design mean to you?
What a time to be asking that question after all of everyone's been having a big hubbub about that lately, right? Everyone's having a big chat on the old blue skies about that. Everyone's mad. Everyone's angry again. It sort of feels like old times. I was scrolling through. I'm sorry. I'm sure some people watching this were like genuinely upset over the last few days. I'm not trying to diminish any actual investment or emotional whatever's in this, but it was sort of a little nostalgic to be scrolling through and seeing everybody kind of talking past each other and yelling at each other. It's good old days. Good old days. Game design's collaboration. I mean, I hate to keep harping on the same thing, but for me, game design is about getting a bunch of people who I like in a room and asking what their coolest ideas are, and then figuring out ways to make all those cool ideas come to life. You know what I mean? Like, that's the structure of the co-op. That's why it's Sandy Pug Co-op. That's why it's so rare that you see me produce something by myself. I started making work by myself. I have the chops to do art and layout and editing and all that stuff all on my own. But the fact of the matter is, I don't care about stuff that I make without other people. The juice in game design for me is when two concepts smash into each other like trucks, and then you pick up from the rubble and put together some other kind of truck. I've lost myself there a little bit. You get the idea. It's collaboration, it's togetherness. It's finding something cool in the chaos. Um, there's like a trope, right, that it's a conversation between the reader and me, but I don't get to meet the reader. I mean, the reality of tabletop is you have no guarantee of a reader, even, right? Like, that's so wild, but like everyone listening to this who's made a game has probably something up there on itch.io that has like 4 downloads. They've got no feedback whatsoever. So it can't really be, except for at its highest levels. And I mean, listen, I get, sold plenty of copies. People are playing our books. I don't want to be like, oh, I'm such a tiny little fish and no one cares about what I do. But like at the heart of it, right, there's lessons learned from early on that won't ever go away. And that is that it's got to be for me a little bit. And the part of it that matters to me is it's a vehicle for me to play with my best friends. It's like starting a little punk band. It's not really about who's at the show. It's about me and 3 other people. We're all playing music together and we're having a good time.
That is such a good answer. I've asked that question 3 times this weekend, and each time I've gotten very different answers. And that is, I think maybe, I don't know if favorite's the right word, but something up there. It is a very good answer. I really like that.
It's a great question because it means so much to so many people, right?
Yeah, yeah, and it is a hard question to answer. I
Absolutely.
found, but
Absolutely.
so leading off of sort of what you're talking about, I don't really have specific questions prepared for this topic, but I feel like we've kind of been building towards it regardless. Talk a lot about community. What is community building, especially for Sandy Park games and as a co-op? What does that all mean for you? I'll just a little bit more specifically talking about the community building as aspects.
It means forcing all of you to start cooperatives at gunpoint if necessary. I am here to make you all do it the right way. No, and so community is about safety at its heart, right? And so when I started doing this shit, this was like 15 years ago when I started making games. When I started doing this shit sucked. The big name publishers were paying people something like 1 cent per word. I think they're still doing that. I think some of them, they were paying people 1 cent per word. I mean, I probably shouldn't name names. I don't want to get anyone assassinated by Pinkerton agents or whatever. But like even groups that I think some people right now would be shocked to hear this were paying people nothing. They were paying artists nothing. They were paying people. There's stories of CEOs having their like Italian vacations interrupted by their starving writers who are desperately hoping to get that $200 just to survive, and it sucked. And at that time, I was like, well, I can't work for any of these people. I just got to go on my own way. And it became obvious as we went that there are just better ways of doing it. You know what I mean? Community for me is about finding ways to do the things that we all want to do safely in a way that is fulfilling and together. There isn't a tabletop community, right? Like I think we say this sometimes. There isn't a tabletop community. There are lots of disparate communities that are connected by a shared hobby. That isn't necessarily enough to have a community. There's got to be buy-in. There's got to be access to resources. There's got to be things people can rely on. And I don't think you just get that by posting, cool games on the timeline. I think there's got to be an active investment. So for us, what community is for us is about kind of enabling that investment. It's about finding avenues to bring people on board. People want to be on board. People want to find that community, that togetherness, that group, right? It's lacking in all of our lives. It's really hard to meet people. It's really hard to make connections. It's really hard to make connections that mean something and that give you as much as you give in. So what I do in a big ways, I do a lot of consulting. I do a lot of I teach people how to do crowdfunding. I teach people how to do project management, and I take the kind of education that I have, which is in business school and in kind of logistics and project management. I take that and I filter it through a lens of cooperative business structures, through non-hierarchical power structures, through distributed responsibilities. I try to sort of teach people in the same way that your regular business consultant would teach people how to just make a maximally capitalist organization that is leveraged to make the most money. I take that same approach and I say, all right, here's how you do it and do right by people. Here's how you create an organization that is collaborative. Here's how you put cooperation at the heart of what you're doing. Here's how you build from that. And we try to stimulate that kind of thinking, and we try to elevate people around the world. You can look at like the Our Shores project, for example, a really practical way that this kind of community focused approach to our game design comes about, where we were able to head up a project by a bunch of people from the Southeast Asian RPG community. We were able to pull together 3 major teams that made 3 enormous projects that I think are still the tales of which you still kind of see reverberating through the scene now. There are names that were made in that project that are now, familiar to a lot of people. It helped uplift the scene. And that wasn't me. I want to be clear about that. I didn't do that. I just leveraged the community that we had been building at that point, and my connection with these people in a way that allowed that project to kind of succeed, and allowed folks to get access to some resources that they deserved and that they needed to make some next steps in their lives. It's a big point of pride for me on that one. And then the other side is another practical one is we did the Monster Care Squad grant, where we took a bunch of money from the Kickstarter and we just gave it back to people. We said, here we have $3,000. You could apply for a grant. We'll pay you to do anything, so long as it is vaguely related to Monster Care Squad, and you own the rights to that thing. You keep the money. You don't got to pay us back. You can do whatever you want. We had people make a model. We had people do fan art. We had people write expansions. We had people just take the money and take a couple of weeks to just do whatever it is they wanted to do. It was awesome. And that directly led to me working alongside 2 or 3 people now who are my favorite people to work with in the whole wide world. And I was very fortunate to be able to do that. But the real juice, right? The real juice is when you go on the timeline and you see the next big Kickstarter and they're talking about doing a grant. And then you see big names and they're talking about starting a co-op. And you get to think, well, all right, they don't know the name Sandy Pug Games, but this is trickling down. This is the dominoes are falling. People are kind of seeing what we're doing and catching on to it. So Kieran Gillian talking about starting a co-op the other day. Kieran Comic Books Gillian starting a co-op. All right. I'm not going to tell him that he's got that's my idea, but I'm glad he's doing it.
Yeah, no, I mean, we definitely need more co-ops out there, especially, I think, in this sort of space. We definitely need it.
That
If
solo stuff is for the birds. That
if
solo stuff is for the birds. Go on.
yeah, for sure. If only to one, just be able to teach people hobbies like this, especially for on my end, as a producer and sort of organizer. I think that definitely hobbies like this die on not being able to teach people how to produce and not how to do it, because the people who
That's
are
right.
producing can only do so much.
Right. It's in the current paradigm, in the current way that everyone does stuff, there just isn't room for that skill development. That's vital. That's a big thing in our group too. Yeah, we're doing right now. We're doing layout design education for everyone in the team, and that involves we take the profits that we made. We've bought everybody Affinity subscriptions. Everybody's got the software they want. We get together once a month or so. We go over education plans. We do skill shares. It's important. We're all lifting each other up. You know what I mean? And that stuff's free and available to anyone who wants in on it, right? Like, you hit me up. We've got a lot of things to teach people.
Yeah, that is awesome. And layout design is important because there's nothing that will, I think, kill enjoyment even of some of my favorite games. Like bad layout design making me, one of the things that sometimes gets to me is just mentioning something and then going, it's important for this part of the book. Go to page 345 to figure out what it actually is. Because I need that explanation now because I'm in this important part of the book where this thing is important. And it is, so layout design, is important, folks. So go learn it if you're interested in learning it.
We got that sandypug.school folks can head on over to. We quite often put our lessons up on there, or little articles, or little write-ups on how to do stuff, how to set up your own mailing lists, how to set up your co-op, how to do your editing right, how to do certain note, like we did like a whole guest run on good notes in role-playing games, stuff like that, that's the key also, right? It can't all just be about coming back to us. It's not all about like, how can this further Sandy Pug Games? We always got to take the approach of, how does this further everybody? How can we make this as universal as possible? Even if no one picks us up on it, even if no one, either hypothetically, if no one picked up on that grant, it's vital that we put it out there for everybody. That's got to be the norm, is that we stop thinking in terms of funnels into our own betterment and start thinking about that really bad adage, right? That like is, I think, in most people's hearts, like almost ironic now, that the rising tide lifts all ships. That's some dog shit that the liberals tell us, right? Or whatever. But like, that can be true if you make sure that it's true. If you take steps necessary to make sure it's true, you can lift up other people with your stuff.
Yeah, oh yeah, I love it, but it's got to be more than just a saying, right? It's got to
Yeah.
be intention and hard work.
It's a commitment. It's a commitment. Because once you say that you're going to do it, you can't let people down. That's the really hard part, is that it's really easy to say, I'm here for everybody. I'm a community member. I'm going to build stuff. I'm here for everybody. And then I see your ass posting just endless like Shopify links and telling people to go buy your stuff. And that's the only place that it ever goes. Or that your only community engagement is like getting in stupid little slap fights over like ontological debates that don't really mean anything. We're going to have them 15 more times before the end of the year anyway. You gotta give. There's gotta be something that goes into this thing. Otherwise, it's just this deflated balloon sitting in the room that we all pretend that we like a lot. You've got to put something in. It's and if you, and I think it's scary for a lot of people, because once you commit to it, you are in like a place of higher scrutiny, right? If you falter, it looks so much worse for having declared this stuff. And I think that's a little scary to some people. You're putting a lot at risk, You're already maybe not you're sort of definitionally saying, I'm going to leave some stuff on the table. I'm not going to take everything. I'm going to like make sure we have access here. And also, if I fuck up, everyone's going to be really mad at me.
Right, and that is. So sometimes I think it can be a good thing depending on what it is. People don't on the internet doesn't forget. So if they're mad at you, they're sometimes mad at you for longer than is necessary.
Sometimes mad at you for the rest of your life.
Yeah. I think about like the rising tide statement. I feel a lot of the same way towards you know statements like safe place. Our
Mm-hmm.
community, our Discord is a safe place. I
Right.
I need more than that. I
What do you
need
mean
more.
by that? Yeah,
Yep.
what do you think a safe space is? Real quick, can you define that for me? Yeah, like exactly. No, exactly. Because a safe space is used the exact same way as community, right? It's a marketing word. right? It's a way to say, hey, as many of you as possible get in here, right? I need numbers. You know what I mean? I need a way that I can lean on you without feeling guilty about it. Or I'm trying to, like, you know what I mean? This is an aspiration of mine. But what are you doing about it, though? How is your place a safe space? What are you willing to give up to make it safe?
Oh yeah, definitely, and that's because I've been doing this streaming part for 8 years now. You know how many channels I've seen go down who uh, advertise themselves as a safe place and then
Mm-hmm.
went down because they turned out not to be.
Yeah, they made a choice at some point to prioritize something other than the safety and community of like strangers, right? No matter how closely we all know each other, right? I've never met most of you. I've never seen most of you in person, even if we've interacted a bunch on the timeline. Probably I don't know you that well. It's
Yeah.
hard to pick that over like, I mean, how often is it some scumbag pal, right? Some guy that this person's known for like a million years, and it's like, well, I can't stop being friends with him. He went to my wedding, even if he did do those things allegedly, right? That kind of stuff happens all the time. What are you willing to give up for that safety? What are you willing to give up for strangers? That's what community is, kind of.
Oh yeah, for sure. In a larger sense, it definitely is. Let's see. Well, we still got a few more minutes. It looks like. Let's maybe talk some funner questions. How? So, not that those weren't fun, but you know,
Oh no, they were real light, real easy breezy Sunday morning stuff.
yeah. Um, so I guess this one isn't, but I think it's a fun question.
Sure.
Um, do you feel like isn't necessarily a light question, but it is a fun question to me? Do you feel that queerness affects your game design, and how does it affect your game design?
It's such a interesting and kind of and complicated question, right? Because I think that there's lots of my contemporaries who will real boldly stand up and be like, "My games are unequivocally queer," right? And by that they mean they've got a lot of gay art in it, and they've got like a lot of lore about like homosexual weasels making out or something. And listen, I'm here for it. This isn't me throwing any shade. I'm a big fan of everyone's homosexual weasels, um, but the way that queerness is present in my games as a way of answering your question is like fundamentally it's about like for me queerness is fundamentally about like the what's the word I'm looking for, it's about like a violation of social normality, right? It's about for me queerness is like the statement of like I'm going to figure this out for myself actually, like I don't need the rules given to me by society at large. I am going to figure this out my own. I'm going to make up my own rules. I'm going to live by those rules, and I am going to kill anyone that tries to stop me. And in that sense, I think queerness is pretty present in my role playing games, in that I try to take the boldness and bravado of that attitude towards queerness, and I try to put that into my stuff. Fuck the rules. Fuck what you tell me is correct. I'm gonna make my own way, and I'm gonna see if that works out. I mean, also my games are pretty gay. I don't know, like you know, it's they're all written from the perspective that like there's no such thing as fucking gender and sex, and all those boundaries are gone, and we can all do whatever the fuck we want, and no one's giving a fuck anymore. That's like a core utopic ideal behind Sandy Puck Game stuff. Come on down to Sandy Puck Games Game Emporium. You can be whatever the fuck you want. Tends to be like how it goes. I don't think I'll ever design a game that doesn't kind of have that at its heart, right? They're about rebellion and they're about, like I keep saying, liberty and about liberation, a true form of it. So I think unshakably that element of queerness is in my game design. If I am completely honest, and I am here to upset people who are listening, I kind of don't really get with like the being real intentional and loud and direct about like look at how gay my game is, look at how many like different kinds of genders and sexes I have together making out. I kind of like providing toolkits that allows that stuff to come out diegetically, that allows that stuff to kind of, if you play Monster Care Squad, it's impossible to play Monster Care Squad in a world with like gender determined relationship norms. That's not a thing in our world, right? It's just simply not in the conception of Monster Care Squad setting. Same thing in Hellpiercers. You've got people who are like no longer identifying as like flesh and blood mortal creatures whatsoever. All of humanity like lives in grand networks of dancing pinpricks of light in like gas clouds across the galaxy. They are not worried about the genitalia of the people they're fucking. They're doing stuff that we don't have words for. Don't worry about it. But there's no point in the book where I'm like, trans rights, fist up. My games tend to take place long after a point where that particular fight is won. And so it's a lot more about living with what comes after.
I love that so much. That is great. Let's see. If you could do anything else, anything at all,
Mm-hmm.
no limits, IP, whatever, what would your dream project be?
I have this really, 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 really silly idea of like an interconnected. You ever play Ironsworn?
Yes.
All right. So in Ironsworn, they talk about a co-op mode, right? And there's a dream of a game in there that I would love to actualize. There's this idea that you have your Ironsworn character and you have your map, and you go to Gen Con or something, and you meet a bunch of other like adventurers, and you all sit down with your map, and you all like compare what you've got, and you all go on a little adventure together, right? I'd love to make a game like that that's powered by like a big central database somewhere. And like the idea would be that you would go to a games convention with your character sheet, you would sit down with some people, and you would talk to each other and come up with like a setting, and you would share points of interest from your own adventures and your own campaigns, and you draw them all on your little maps, and you could consult this big database that showed you who'd been there and the legends associated with those places that had built up through that. And everyone kind of it's a massively multiplayer offline role-playing game. Is the idea. That's sort of what I would like to build. It would make no money. It would cost all the money in the world. It's basically just me trying to elevate that organized play thing from a kind of, it's like currently it's like a Warhammer model, right? Where like everybody fights the same battles, and then it's kind of an aggregate of those battles gets added up, and impact comes out of that. It's like Magic the Gathering does this too, right? Where their internal lore and their world is determined by the results of various tournaments and championships, but it's not so much like your kitchen table game. It would be really cool if there was this huge breathing world that just diegetically emerged, diegetically twice there, if anyone's counting, diegetically emerged from everybody playing, right? It would be really neat. Legendary weapons and powerful enemies and artifacts and like factions, all this stuff. Big dynamic map, and we just be like churning out content and world events that react to all this stuff. I think that would be sick as hell. If anyone's got $10 million that they really hate the sight of, I could put that to some very bad use.
It sounds so cool, but the logistics of which would be enormous to
And I mean, in
actually.
this scene, you'd get played twice by everybody and then forgotten about. So I just have spent all the money in the world on like a week-long fad, and then everyone will be back to playing Pathfinder and D&D 5, and I'd just be posting my link to it on Blue Sky and refreshing the database and hoping that someone makes a new sword soon.
Yeah, right. Unfortunately, that would happen, or the next new game would take up 2 weeks, and
Yep.
but in a perfect world, that sounds absolutely awesome.
It would be sick, right? It would be sick. It would be so cool to be like, I have this image in my head of just a bunch of homies at a bar at Gen Con. There's this bar I always go to at Gen Con where my friends hang out, and I just have like a projected image of everybody like opening up their like phones or like their sheets and kind of going like, oh, let's go to like Ostrix's Dragon Cave. I hear Draxus's hammer's there. What's Draxus's hammer? Well, That some guy a couple of years ago ran this campaign where this lich had this thing and this thing, and then their heroes got it, but then they died in this tomb, and that tomb got turned into, oh, okay, cool, and like you can read that log, right? And then you go to the tomb, and now you've got the hammer, and people reading along are like, oh shit, I want to find my cool artifact, or I want to make a campaign that leads to some people in a bar finding a cool sword, that kind of thing. I don't know. Yeah, it would be neat. Money, please. Money, please.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, we are getting real close here. So, as part of your sign out to telling everybody where they can find you and stuff, if you're up for it, would you mind sharing a moment of queer joy as well?
I would love to. So, if I'm signing out, I would just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for having me. Thank you, everyone, for joining in. What a wonderful and fantastic weekend, packed full, all sorts of stuff. You scrolled through that post that you made, just tons and tons, so many people involved in this. Wow, what an achievement. Thank you all for listening. You can find me by searching for Sandy Pug Games and going to anything that you find. You're bound to find your way to either our website or to our itch page or to our Blue Sky or wherever. Send a smoke cloud up into the sky with your true name, and I will seek you out. That kind of thing. Lately, I've been on injections. My partner has been so beautiful and been doing my injections for me. And this is great because I spent the last year doing their T gel for them. And I don't know of anything. I don't know of anything that defines this whole thing that we do better than that. I don't know. Just me rubbing the gel on their shoulder and then them taking me into the living room and doing my shot for me. There's like we're like crossing ships, you know what I mean? It's really cool. It's really beautiful. We get really emotional every time we do it.
I love that so much. Yeah, you know, I've shared with each time, and I'm sort of running out of things, so I will repeat this one. But Wednesday, was my officially 1 year on HRT myself, which was a which is a great thing. Yeah,
Let's
loved it.
go!
Um,
That's awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, and otherwise, I am Sophia. Um, Most of you in the chat that I'm seeing who are hanging out do know me, but if you don't, you can finally mostly here on Nerds with Dice. We'll have some summer projects. We'll get over this sort of big hump that this project was, and we'll have some summer projects coming out. So check that out. If you're looking specifically for me right now, you can find me over on Sword and Key this Thursday for the finale of Under Blue Moon for some what is shaping up to be some really great horror, some sapphic sorrow, and a bunch of other messy stuff. So come check that out. And if you haven't caught up, you definitely should. Saturday, the 28th, I'll be over on Roll for Felicity, playing incredibly indie over there. We'll be playing Gilfey, so that should also be a good time. And keep an eye out on future projects. I believe it's later this year. That time we replaced the Power Rangers. I will be playing Scorpina and Skull in that. So check that out as well when that comes around. And up next is Oops All Ace. Oh, my camera's gonna blink. There we go. Oops All Ace Thirsty Sword Lesbian. So stick around, check that out. We are at 425. If we get to 500, we'll have another giveaway. We'll have a couple as well for PDFs coming up. And I will see you next time, everybody.
Bye.
Oh, are we live? Hello. Yes, we are live. There we go. Perfect. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Nerds with Dice. If you've been here, if you've been around, you know that we have been putting on a 48-hour charity marathon stream, and that this is the very last game as we wrap up that stream. And we are raising money for Trans Justice Funding Project. You can find all the links to that in the chat, which I believe is over here to this side of me. Um, that will take you to the Tiltify. And I believe we also have at least 2 giveaways that are going to be happening in the chat during the stream. So definitely keep your eyes on the chat to find those. If we hit, I want to say 500, which I think is definitely doable, during this, we will actually have a physical copy to give away. So far, we've got 2 PDF giveaways lined up. But if we hit that next donation amount, we will have a physical book to give away as well. So that's enough of me talking. We're going to go around and introduce our amazing cast that we have gathered here today. We're going to start with Natalie. You are next to me, and then go ahead and popcorn it around. Yeah.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Natalie, she, they, and today I'm playing Mask, any, all, that is the trickster.
You can go ahead and popcorn it around, yeah.
Let's go with Charlie.
My pronouns are they, them, and today I'm going to be playing Callie Brambles, the Nature Witch. And not too picky with the pronouns, but like Fafer. Oh, and next we'll go to Merm.
My name is Merm. I use she, they pronouns, and today I will be playing Faifala, who also uses she, they pronouns and is the sun hand. And I'm going to popcorn it over to Dizzy.
This is Dizzy the Bard, the hottest dodger song Spotify. Bottom line, messed that one up. That's okay, I'll get it at the end. Pronouns are they, them. I'll be playing Heck, she, her, who is a toxic, spooky witch. Got one left.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Are we hit with internet
No.
issues already? Oh, no, okay, we're good. We're good. All's good.
I think. Okay, yes. I'm Sneha, she, they, and I'll be playing Sayo, they, them, who is the Dream Mirror archetype.
All right. And I'm Quinn. I use any and all pronouns. I didn't give my name at the beginning, which is something I consistently forget to do. And I will be your game master. And we are playing Thirsty Sword Lesbians. So, without any further ado, I'm going to give our content warnings for this game. There are not a lot of them. I imagine this is going to be a fairly fun and lighthearted time. But to let people know, this game does deal with themes of relationships. Even though this is our all ace cast, we are still going to have themes of relationships, potentially themes of sex and sexuality, and also themes potentially of mental health and neurodivergence. So we hope that you'll stick around with us for our entire 3.5 hour-ish show. We got the last slot, so there's no one after us. So we're going to take our time going through and telling this story, but if at any point any of the content or material is triggering for you or becomes too much, please feel free to jump out. Now, with that, we are going to dive into our story for today. Once upon a time, in the faraway land of Wisteria, there lived a young royal named Ace Dulac. And Ace had a particular talent, we might say, for consistently and constantly getting themselves lost. Or kidnapped, taken, missing, otherwise just not in the place where they were supposed to be. Ace is, at the time we're going to pick up our story, in their early, leaning towards mid-20s, maybe like 23 and a half. And as the only child of the Queens of Wisteria, Ace finds herself in a position where they're going to have to take some responsibility for ruling over the kingdom. This is a kingdom that is vast and beautiful, full of nature. There are vines growing on every building. Think cobblestone paths with wells in the center of them, vines growing up the sides of buildings. Uh, and at the center of the kingdom is the castle, where I believe almost all of you live, maybe all of you. Um, and the kingdom sits, it's a very big kingdom, but if you look out to the outskirts in any direction, there are mountain ranges. So you are in sort of a valley protected on all sides from anything that could be. You don't really have any contact with any of the world outside of those mountains. It's pretty much just you here in this kingdom. We're picking up on a Tuesday morning where, once again, your friend Ace has gone missing. What you know so far is that this is a little different than some of the past times that Ace has gone missing. In the past, he has been out and just wandered off, has a knack for, you think someone's right next to you, and then you turn and they're not there anymore. You're like, how? Where? You were right here. So this is a bit different because Ace was sleeping in their room at night, and the next morning wasn't there anymore. So that's a little bit different. The thought might be kidnapping again, but there has been no ransom note. There's been no one claiming responsibility for this. So you're not quite entirely sure what's happened, but this is the group that gathers when the royal heir goes missing. So, who do we think gets you? You guys have your kind of your normal meeting place. This happens. It's Tuesday. This is not uncommon. It's kind of a normal occurrence, and you always meet in the same spot. Who do you think is there first?
I think I am because I brought food to Ace's room for breakfast. Standard cereal, oat milk, almond milk, milk changes every day. I haven't picked up on what Ace likes the most right now, but is not in. I had brought a midnight snack the night before, was there, left, and is no longer there.
Okay, so you're first. Can you go ahead and describe your character a little bit? What do you look like? And yeah.
Faifala is relatively tall. They're like 5'10", long black hair down to their waist. They keep it down for the most part, unless they're in front of the ground oven, which is called an umu, where they put it back so their hair doesn't burn off, because that's happened one too many times. But it's still happened. Like that. They are wearing shorts and a tank top because it is so fucking hot. Coming from all the cooking and everything in the kitchen. And then they're just tatted up all across their body, with specific meanings and things, and yeah.
All right. Do you bring food to this meeting? Like, do you have food?
I know who I'm meeting with.
Yeah.
And I have a relatively decent idea of where everyone is going to sit during this meeting. So I put everyone's favorite food on the table or next to the chair that they usually sit in. And then I just sit and I eat some of my favorite food, which is coconut cream in taro leaves. And I'm just sitting and eating as I wait for them to walk in.
Right. Well, while you're waiting, who do we think walks in the room next?
I think it could be Callie. Callie could come to set up some tea to go along with everyone's favorite snacks. So Callie's going to go to the meetup spot and see all the food and know exactly where their spot is, because there's a loaf of nice sort of crispy on the outside sourdough bread. And yep, that's for me. And so they have they're probably wearing some kind of dress because they were just outside with the sun and everything. And then Faye's going to go over and take out a little tea set and start putting that together for everyone.
All right. Who do we think is next to arrive? And it's okay if multiple of you or like kind of arrive simultaneously as well.
Yeah,
can
I'm
kinda
gonna
see what
be
happening,
late, but if other people are also gonna be late, then
Yeah, I think Heck is late to almost literally everything.
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
for
I
sure.
kind of feel like, given the fact that I think that those of you who are what is Mask? What time do you think Mask is going to arrive?
Feel as though Mask might just be late, but everyone knows that if Mask is late, it's only because they're gathering information. Because usually they are one of the first like little shadows in the background
Mhm.
popping up. So if they're not being seen in the background, they're probably confirming what info they need before coming in and be like, "Hey, here's what I got."
Absolutely. Yeah, I feel like then there's kind of like this might be the standard. Like there's late, but it's not really late because half of the group is arriving late. Uh, so I feel like you've got early and then late, and no one is there on time.
Mhm.
Is there anything, Mask, that you want to specifically be doing in terms of a playbook move, in terms of information that you're looking for before we actually get to the scene where you're all gathered?
I don't know if there's any specific playbooks. I think it's just like trying to overhear any conversation or just confirming that nobody heard what happened with Ace through the night and why they disappeared and where that kind of wibbly wobbly. Okay, how did this happen?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm actually going to say that you definitely hear a lot of people talking. Most of the talk, like 90% of it is like, this again. This happens a little bit too often for anyone to be really scared or really anxious. Like people are not super worked up because it's like, okay, well, we'll find them by the end of the day. It'll be fine. But what you do hear is you hear one particular guard who is particularly kind of not worried and nonchalant because they're like, yeah, I saw them at like 4 in the morning, like really early in the morning, saying they were just going for a walk. Like I don't even think that I think they just went for a walk and got lost. I don't even think anything is really wrong. So that is the information that you gather, is that someone did see them leaving. It is a little bit weird that only one person saw them leaving at that out. Like other people would have been awake at that time. So it's kind of interesting that only one person is saying that, but that is what you hear. And then we're gonna say that I like the idea that the three of you kind of arrive like nearly
Yeah.
simultaneously as a
Mhm.
like,
Yeah.
sorry we're late, but it's all of you.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna have you go, Mask, since we've already been chatting a little bit, why don't you describe your character and describe how you arrive to the room, and we'll just go in the order that you are on my screen.
So Mask sort of pops up from a corner, assumingly a little hidden passage that was back there. Just this tall, lanky, almost shadowy figure, full layers in opposed to Falafa, uh, where you there's just no understanding why they're wearing so much and not dying underneath it all. That they just back up on their hood, they're just their metallic mask that they have, and making sure every inch of them is covered. And approach where they see the cinnamon roll and sort of start beelining it, just long strides, and picks it up with just a thumb and a middle finger before just it disappears into the darkness of the
Yeah, I was
clothes.
gonna ask.
All right.
These days, I'll make it so that the cream stays on.
Yeah.
One of these days.
And then how does Heck arrive to this room?
I'm gonna guess more than likely Heck woke up really late, and one of their spooky little shadowy friends guided them here under the auspice of doing something else. probably was like, this is the fastest way to get to the hamburgers.
Yeah.
And so Heck was like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, no, I could go for a
Sure.
hamburger today. Oh, what the hell?
Yeah, I don't think you knew what was going on until you walk into this room and see these people, and you're like,
Right.
Okay. Whatever.
okay. Then
Saya has no excuse for being late. They live down the hall. But they absolutely are late. They very clearly just woke up. They were probably asleep in their clothes because whatever they're wearing is kind of crumpled. But Sayo is wearing like a white, just like a white t-shirt, but like that shiny cotton that's like means it's way too expensive. They're wearing really distressed jeans, bunch of holes front and back, but all of the holes have like inset stained glass in them. And both their arms are made out of glass. The left arm is clear window glass with like an inlay of a darker, it looks like henna in the clear glass. It's probably hollow. The way it's catching the light makes it seem like it's hollow. And ooh, I might have lost y'all.
I can still hear you. I think you're good.
Okay. And then their other arm absolutely is hollow. It's also clear glass. And you can tell it's hollow because there's stuff in there. They've got like little crumpled up pieces of paper, some dried plants, maybe some other stuff. And they are like half asleep, still rubbing their eyes, walking in, finding whatever chair is available first.
All right. Which again, I feel like is the chair you usually wind up sitting down at because it's like the chair that's right there when you walk
Absolutely.
in. Yeah. So now that you're all gathered, how do you think this usually goes? Again, this is not the first time this group has gotten together for this exact reason. So how do you think these conversations usually proceed?
This is gone again.
Okay.
I think Callie's probably a little anxious because of the so nothing. I think Callie would be a bit anxious because it's been longer this time. So they're probably trying to keep their hands busy, like maybe pouring some herbal tea and things like that for everyone.
Faifala just kind of butts into the conversation, the very serious conversation about this, and it's like, okay, so scale of 1 to 10, everyone, how are you feeling about the food I made?
Sayo
Mash just gives
absolutely
a thumbs
was
up.
eating the food and did not register that they had already done that. So now has to eat it again to know what they were tasting.
Heck, I made sure to go, to the closest fast food place that I could. It's a little cold, but I tried my best.
Like barely paying attention is just like staring daggers at the super, super raggedy limping cat that's kind of wandering away now.
Callie's just like fidgeting with a loaf of sourdough.
All right. Well, I think because we do this with some regularity, Sayo's gonna look to Mask because I assume you checked something, whereas I just woke up. So somewhere to start.
Yeah, so as much as we are very used to this, I think there is something a little off. Not only the circumstances of which Ace has been taken and there's no kidnapping note or ransom or anything like that, but only one person I've overheard said they saw Ace go out in the garden at 4 p.m. when there should have been other guards and other people awake around that time. Not p.m., a.m. There we go. And just no one else seems to have noted that.
I was out at 4 a.m. and I didn't see Ace. Oh. Who was
I
it?
mean, I was out at 4 a.m., so I wouldn't know.
You might have seen them in beyond the castle walls. I was in the castle wall.
Oh, I mean, I wasn't looking. Honestly, I should always be looking. I should always expect to see them where I am not expecting to see them. Did I? Just like in town last night? Okay.
Mass, do you remember, like, have I worked with them before? Are they in the kitchen? Do they clean?
That mentioned it.
Quinn, is this unusual? Like, would the guards have just let him leave, or would someone have gone with her?
It's not that unusual. It's like a little weird because if they were just gonna go walk around the gardens, like that is still technically within the castle walls.
Sure. Yeah.
So absolutely, like he could have been walking through that area unaccompanied. Leaving the castle, probably not, but sounds like it is a little bit unclear as to whether the stated intention was like, I'm gonna walk around these gardens because I can't sleep, or like I'm leaving to
Right.
go on a long walk down the street.
And someone else should have seen them if they left the walls.
Yeah.
Presumably.
Yeah.
So if Ace was in the gardens, would Callie have seen anything or found anything like left behind?
I'm gonna say
we can go look.
Not
like
yeah,
now.
that might be a thing to go look for. Yeah.
Can I'm gonna be super rude, but we grew up together. Can I go look in their bedroom? I'm not expecting to find anything, but if it's like very blatantly like ransacked or something.
Okay. Anything else? As you guys kind of put together your initial, okay, let's go get some more information, see what we can find. Anything else anyone wants to do? Do you guys want to vaguely stick together? Is this okay, we're all gonna like scatter and go our own separate ways and then reconvene? What do you think is the plan here?
With Sayo.
I think.
Also curious about Ace's bedroom.
Yeah, I think Callie, like, if they know that Ace was in the gardens, then they're going to want to go talk to the flowers or something.
I want to go with Mask in the walls.
Yeah, I think we'll wander around, see if we overhear anything more, and make our way in like the passages towards the gardens, see if there's maybe a hint of maybe Ace went through a wall to one of these passages to get out so no one saw them.
Yeah, and then I also, in that route, want to like eavesdrop on the guards.
Absolutely. Okay, so we're going a couple different directions here.
I might want to go in the walls too, because secret passages and stuff sound really fun.
We're going to the gardens.
Yeah, so you could take the secret passages to the gardens. So I think we will start there with that group as you go into these secret passages that I don't imagine Callie spends a ton of time in necessarily. I think everyone knows they're not super secret. People do know that these passages exist, but it's a very like you will get lost in here. It's very like a maze if you don't have someone who knows how to navigate, which I think that your other two companions both know how to get around in here. Any moves that anyone wants to take specifically, or is the goal just look and listen while you're in here?
I just want to like be at the front of listening to the guards in case I hear something.
Would it be useful for my familiar to be involved at all?
Essentially, yeah.
We have like a sort of connection.
Yeah.
My familiars.
Was your familiar at the meeting?
Yeah, they're just Callie has a little like hybrid dragon. My cat Charmander, who's not here. And I'm gonna say like Charmander was just kind of like sleeping in like a sling or something. Just kind of goes.
Get a nap, yeah.
Yeah. Just sleeping. That's the usual. They're completely unconcerned with anything.
Of course, yeah, obviously. Okay, so first walking through the passages, at first you're not necessarily seeing anything. As you walk through the passages, you are hearing conversations go on outside that are, again, mostly unconcerned types of, mostly people just making comments about, yeah, okay, we'll find them, this always happens. No one seems super suspicious about anything yet. And then as you get a little bit closer to the gardens themselves. Like, you kind of start to be in the walls, like, around the gardens. You see there is a door that exits out of these passages that would lead out of the castle grounds. And you do find a really small, like, piece of cloth that got snagged on the door in here. So someone left for it's just black cloth. It's like not super, it's not like a clearly distinguishable pattern where you're like, oh yes, I recognize this outfit. It's just like a little tiny black piece of fabric that looks like it got caught in the door as the door was closing and then like ripped off of whatever someone was wearing.
Was that the color of Ace's pajamas last night?
No, it was not.
I don't like that.
No, this is something new. Mask
And-
will take like the piece of cloth as like evidence and just disappear it in their clothes.
Yeah. Hide it away somewhere. Yeah.
Can you find that later? It kind of melted in with the rest of your outfit.
Yeah, and then pulls it like straight back out, and then puts it straight back in.
Look at my eyesight.
I think
and then-
Kelly's just like petting Charmander, like for emotional support. Not liking the dark cramped spaces.
Well, you are right by the gardens. If you want to, I was just going to say, if you want to exit out into the gardens, you can. And you can go and talk to your plants and your flowers and see what they've seen.
Oh yeah, I think Kelly will do that first opportunity because I think they like the idea of the passages, but then once they're in there, they're like, no, this is not my big sunny flowery
Never
garden.
mind, yeah,
I changed my mind. I regret everything.
And I think Max would notice Callie's discomfort and just like point to the exact turn. Is like, that's where your gardens are.
Oh, thanks. I'm just like beeline right out of there.
I like quickly follow behind you, but like right before you get outside, I'm like, I'm not gonna come out there because sometimes I have to cut your flowers for like herbs and stuff, and I don't think they like me. And then I like drift backwards.
Oh,
Oh no.
I think Callie's gonna be like, that's okay. They grow back. They understand. Okay. And then so Callie's gonna go outside and like maybe let Fayfala know that it's okay, because they talk to their plants, often enough that they know they're cool, but not gonna pressure if they want to go back inside. Callie's not eager to go back in, so Callie just keeps going. Yeah.
All right. What would you like to ask your plants?
All right, so I want to ask if they've seen anyone sort of out of the ordinary, anything like they know, the usual people who would visit the gardens and when they would usually come. So if there's anything kind of out of the norm lately.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, your plants. What plants are you talking to specifically?
Are
Are you just posing the question to the group, or is this like to a specific plant? I'm just curious.
Oh gosh. I don't know. What plants are around? Because I think they go for something that's kind of nearby because they don't want to go too far from the group because what if there's a development? But knowing that there was like some torn cloth, that someone could have gotten through there.
Yeah,
well.
so you're asking
So
the
they
ones
would've-
like right in that area. Yeah.
Yeah, like potentially walked through there.
Okay. Yeah. I guess you just pose it to like the group of plants that are right in front of you, which this is a world with like magic and fantasy. Maybe some of them are like, bright blue, and they're like flowers that don't exist in our, in our world. They're magic fantasy flowers. So yeah, you pose the question, and interestingly, your plants do report that something really weird happened, which is that like someone was walking through the garden, and they are pretty sure it was Ace, but they're not 100% sure, which is kind of weird. because your plants, like they can't see. They don't have eyes because they're plants.
Right.
So they normally identify people based on like, I mean, they can't technically hear. Plants can't hear. Plants can hear people like singing to them, and it influences how they grow. So they normally would go based on like footsteps and if someone talks or says anything to them, and they just said like they're pretty sure it was Ace, but like something was off about the way that they were moving.
So something was off about the way Ace was moving. Did it sound like multiple people?
No, just one.
Interesting. Okay. And Callie's just fully just talking to plants and like basically forgets that the others are there. Just in their own little world.
Well, if it's all right, we will leave you in your own little world for a second to move over to Sio and Heck, who are going to Ace's bedroom. Right. I'm assuming you're just walking. Sio again, like you're from around here. You can kind of go wherever you want. Like, yeah.
Sayo has no sense of like propriety,
Yeah.
so we don't even knock.
Okay.
We're just right through the door, presuming it's unlocked.
Yeah. It is, yeah, and you open the door. The room immediately upon entering doesn't look, it's not neat, but it's not ransacked, in that it is as messy as it normally is, which you have seen before and are aware of.
It's in here.
I think we might have lost internet connection again.
Me? I think she's back.
All right.
Okay, I think we're back. Maybe.
Sorry
yes.
about that.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, so so it looks just like normal messy. All right. Does it look like they were doing something before they left? Is there something like laid out, or does it look like they just like jumped out of bed from like dead asleep and walked out the door?
Yeah, you notice that, and this might relate to a question that was asked earlier, it looks like they changed their clothes. Like, their
okay.
dirty PJs are on the floor, and it looks like
Mhm.
they had actually, again, there's always kind of clothes on the floor. It's not that unusual. But it does look like there are some clothes that have just been, like, pulled off of hangers and, like, thrown on the floor.
Okay.
So it looks like possibly, she'd been getting, like, had gotten dressed and gotten changed to go
Yeah.
out for this walk, yeah.
I think Saya turns to Heck and goes, I don't do this. I don't have a person to talk to, so, you know, what are we looking for?
I mean, I don't really do this either. I don't prefer to talk to people. Let me see what I can find. And Heck will walk into sort of the center of the room and kind of hold her hands out and see if she can pick up anything from the unseen.
Okay, any particular spirit that you want to talk to from among your friends, or is this just generally being posed to the unseen?
So, because my friends led me here against my will this morning, I'm not calling them. I'm just gonna do a
Not
broad
talking to them
commune with
right
the
now, yeah.
unseen.
Yeah.
I'm mad at them.
Yeah.
They dragged me to work, and what I
Yeah.
wanted was a hamburger and a quiet morning.
To be fair, you
So-
did get your hamburger.
I did, but it's not the burger I wanted.
Ah.
And it's more importantly, it's not where I wanted it.
Yeah. Okay, are you going to do this as a playbook move? Okay, then go ahead and roll.
Okay, so it's plus spirit.
Oh.
And you know what? Let me do this thing. Let me do my fancy thing. Hang on. I can do a fancy
Absolutely,
thing.
do the fancy thing.
There we go.
Hey, fancy thing!
Okay, so it's plus spirit, which means I get plus to do it, right? Yes. Oh, crap. Auspicious. That's a 1 and a 2 plus 2 for a total of 5.
Total of 5. Mark XP, because you mark XP on a failure. Yeah, you try to commune with the unseen. You try to ask them what went on here and ask them what happened. And even though you were not trying to talk to your friends, it is your friends who answer. And they are also not super happy with you. You're trying to give them the silent treatment when they're just trying to have you do your job. So all 3 of them start sort of talking at you at once, and you're kind of like being lectured by your little spirit friends, and it's just giving you no helpful information whatsoever, and probably also a little bit annoying.
I'm going to close that. Nothing. Useless.
All right. Okay. I don't do this. So I was gonna do what they think people do in this situation and check if like the window is open or the lock was forced at any point, and then gonna give it up and join everyone else in the cart.
Okay. It does not seem like there's anything odd with the lock. The window is like not all the way closed. It is a tiny bit open. And with that, are you all going to reconvene in the gardens? I think we might still be having some internet problems, so when we're all back, we can kind of gather the information that you've gotten. Are you reconvening in the gardens, going back to the room where you were to begin with? Where do you think you're going to meet up now that you've started investigating?
Probably the first room makes sense, right? Like a meet back here in an hour situation.
We gathered.
I do think someone will have to like fetch Callie because they're not paying attention to anything else.
I think Faifala does this to not look at any of the plants, and it's just like, Callie, we have to go. We're going back in the castle. We can't.
okay.
We won't go through the tunnels. Mask will take that way, and then I'll take you through the regular hallways.
Okay, good.
I'm sorry. As we run away.
It just whispered to the plant, I'm so sorry. All right, you reconvene back in your meeting room about an hour later, slightly more awake, maybe, and with at least a little bit more information about what's going on here. Maybe, kind of, not really.
I think like as info's being divulged, Mask sort of has like their hand on the chin of their mask, sort of tilting their head back and forth as they're trying to pull threads together. I think everyone recognizes the posture of Mask going into thinking, planning, scheming mode, trying to reverse engineer why things are happening. So we had an open window. The flowers said it was unusual. It didn't quite feel like Ace. It doesn't narrow it down too much, but either Ace suddenly had a episode of sleepwalking, or there could have been a spell that happened.
When I dropped off the food for the midnight snack, did Ace seem stressed? That might have like invoked a like sleepwalking thing.
Go ahead and roll me a figure out a person. This is going to be like proactive figure out a person. You're trying to figure out from your memories, but this is still trying to figure someone out.
Yeah, I don't think I can add anything.
Yeah, figure out a person is plus wit.
Plus wit.
Yeah.
Got it. The wrong one. Oh my gosh, I haven't even taken out D6s yet.
Huge pile of D6s next to my dice tray. And the first 2 just let me down. Now I'm mad at them.
They're
And straight
yeah.
into dice jail? Straight to jail?
Straight to dice jail. I have a bunch of D. Not that I need them, but I've got a whole big pile of D6s next to me that I will not use because I don't roll in this game.
That's a 6.
Go ahead and mark XP.
Yeah.
You are gonna get. We might get some advances happening in this game. Yeah, you can't really remember anything odd or off, and in fact, it starts to get a little bit concerning as you think back, because you're like, everything feels like it was so normal, like it was just a completely normal day, and you, again, this wasn't a super anxiety-provoking situation to begin with. Like, okay, Ace goes missing all the time. But now that you're thinking about it and you're thinking back and you're like, nothing was weird, nothing was wrong, you're starting to get a little bit more concerned.
I don't like this. I think we have to find them.
They usually just wander off. This feels more like they left. I don't like that.
Well, weren't Ace's mom's kind of talking about, like, Ace's next steps? Like, you know, it's not... their royalty is kind of, like, stepping up.
Yes,
You know?
how to be a proper heir.
Yeah.
Always runs away from responsibilities. Never actually run away, though.
Maybe this is the first time.
Also, like, their moms are kind of about it.
I feel like Ace is just older now. You know?
Still a lot of discovery to go on, though. But we should remember what Callie found it with the flowers. They felt that Ace didn't
Maybe.
seem like Ace. It's just in a stressed out way.
Yeah, I don't know.
Can
One
we
way to grow up, I guess.
can we go look at the area where you said you found cloth?
So I was just thinking maybe we can continue the trail, see if there's anything more.
While you all do that, I'd like to find the guard that Mask found earlier, and bring them over to have a conversation with all of us. So I'll meet you there.
If you're cool with it, Five, I'll come with you for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just because I do know people around here. So.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
And
I
I think if folks are going through the walls again, I think Callie's just going to meet him at the gardens. I think they've had that experience, and that's it.
Yeah. You've seen it once. You don't need to see it again. It's the same dark, creepy tunnel. I will say that Mask might need to go with the group that's going to find and try and talk to the guard, because, and this starts to strike you more as weird when you think about it. You were listening through the walls, right, when you overheard the guard talking. You're not quite sure. There are a lot of guards here, so it's not that weird, but you didn't recognize the voice.
Yes. Come with just so I can point out which voice I heard say that.
That is
Yeah.
odd, though. I don't like that.
Let's go.
All right, so we're gonna start with the group that's going to be going and looking for that guard, because I'm gonna tell you right now, you don't find them. You are looking for this person. You're trying to identify them based off of voice alone, and it was a masculine voice, like it was a more masculine sounding voice, so you're gonna assume him, but you aren't seeing or aren't hearing him. You're not hearing that same voice anymore as you walk through. And again, the guards change, the guards rotate, so it's not that weird, but it is weird, and it's starting to be a lot of things in a row that are like, that's kind of weird and interesting and not quite sitting right.
we go, and Mask is now starting to take on more of a persona of a very like tense and higher panicked individual. So they're a little more twitchy, trying to like listen to every single word they overhear through the walls or even like within the walls, and is sort of once in a while looking at Heck, wondering if there's something more other that Mask can't hear or sense. It's like, this is incredibly odd to just lose a guard. Something else going on?
It's hard to say. The only thing that I'm able to talk to that everybody else isn't is saying stupid idiot things currently.
It's help?
I can maybe.
It makes me feel better.
Hmm.
You see a like little scraggly looking cat like round the corner and just like glare at Heck and like keep walking and just walk past. None of you quite know what that's about, but Heck is always making faces at animals, so.
Sayo has learned to ignore it.
Yeah.
It's fine. I can maybe like pull a little bit of rank and like pull a like schedule of some kind, just to see who is on at 4 a.m.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then maybe just rule those people out at least.
Yeah. Yeah, you can get
The
that
guards-
list for sure, yeah.
If the guards just switched out in the time that we've been looking, that might also be something that we can look at on the schedule if something was scheduled. You know, anybody who just left in the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, you are able to get that list as well. And then is the plan still to all meet up and head out and try and follow a potential trail?
It probably still makes the most sense.
I think so.
Just while it has been the least amount of time that it will ever have been.
Yeah.
All right.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. You all meet up. You can head out that exact door. It is sort of like exiting the back of the castle because it is secret hidden door from a secret hidden passage. And so it leads kind of down an alleyway and you gotta like turn a corner, but eventually it leads out onto the street. And you pretty much immediately run into like, okay, we can follow, there's one path to take. So whoever exited here, whether it was Ace or someone else, had to have gone this way. But then you get to the road where you can turn left or right. And from just visually looking around, there's not really any indicator of which way this person would have gone. Wants to try and talk to anything, do anything magical or extra here, you can.
Is there anyone around?
Yeah, by this point in time, it is morning, so people are out and about on their normal morning businesses on their way to work.
Try to find like my nearest like food vendor, whether that's a baker or a butcher or whoever. But trying to specifically get someone who has to wake up early to prep for stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna say baker. Probably there is a bakery a little ways down the street, like to the right.
If you all don't need to come with. I have a friend who would be up at that time, and I'm just gonna go catch up. To get my drift.
I mean, I don't really have a better idea, unless you think you'd have more luck alone.
I think at this point, Charmander is going to maybe like if there are a bunch of people about, maybe they get bumped into, and Charmander's just like not feeling this like little pouch thing anymore, and just kind of goes off. Maybe goes to see if there are some other, little street creatures. Could maybe they saw something, or maybe he's just gonna go find food. I don't know.
Yeah, flying off. All right. Anything else anyone wants to do, or are we going?
I
to
hang
the
back
baker?
at the intersection if everybody else is going to go to the baker.
I think what Mask is going to do, they sort of just dip out for a sec, and as they pass someone, they pull for
Saya will
an
probably
item
also
off of
hang
them,
back if
like a scarf
they
or
see
something,
you
just wraps it
hanging
up, and
back,
then they
like
disappear
not
into the
with
shadow. They
you,
come
but just
back
to keep an
looking
eye
like
on
that
you,
person,
like kind of splitting the difference.
and is going to walk around and try and listen in into seeing how far.
Okay, so we got a couple of you hanging back, and then a couple of you going. It sounds like Charmander and Mask are going to be sort of looking and listening to whatever you can find in the area, and then we've got hanging back going to the baker.
I do want to be able to like see the baker talking to Fayfala because I can do something about that.
Okay.
But I'm not going to be like actively part
You're
of
like
that
standing
conversation.
outside the door. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Very odd.
Yeah. We're gonna start with Fayfala actually going into the bakery.
Before I go into the bakery, I just have this like little thermos of herbal tea, and I just pass it to Sayo before I go inside.
They take it and forget to thank you. This is normal.
Yeah, I'm a chef. It's a very thankless job. So then I just walk in.
Yeah, you're used to it. All right. You walk inside. You are immediately hit with the smell of the bread and all of the baked goods in this place. It smells amazing. Everybody knows you in all of the local like food vendors, all of the bakers. Like, yeah, you're immediately greeted by the woman who owns the shop. You know her name is Angela. She is a slightly older woman with curly long hair and wearing an apron on right now. And she comes over and gives you like if a big hug would be a like normal greeting between you and friends, then yeah, comes over, gives you a hug. We weren't expecting you this morning. So nice of you to drop in. It's so good to see you.
It's so good to see you. Yeah, no, this is very unannounced. Kind of honestly on the down low, but we're okay here. I trust you, Angela. I trust you. But
Well, thank you. Yeah.
I was just wondering when you woke up this morning and saw anything, weird.
Saw anything weird this morning? Well, yes. Now that you mention it, I've been here for hours already. I got here early in the morning,
Yes.
and I walked past someone on the street who was wearing all black and had a cloak and a hood on. I couldn't really make out the details of their face, and that's just walking alone at 4 a.m, walking very fast as well. Kind of unusual.
Did it seem like, walking fast? I watch a lot of people, this.
Yeah.
Did it seem like they were trying to get somewhere, or someone was following them?
I think if I had to wager a guess, I would say it looked like they were trying to get somewhere.
Okay. Get somewhere. Okay. Well, that's strange. If anyone asks, I came in for some of your lovely, lovely bread. I would like some cinnamon bread and some sourdough if you have any available.
Of course, absolutely. Let me get that for you right away. And she
Perfect.
starts packing it up to give to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which way? Sayo's calling from like outside, and does not introduce themselves.
Yeah.
Which way?
Sorry. And so that is they're really rude, but like in a good way, if that makes sense. They're just
Sayo, like,
very
winked.
forward. But that's Sayo. If they ever come in, I've been trying to get them into like some like tea bread, but it's not working. But we're trying. Do you remember which way they were going?
Yes, they were headed in that direction, and she points further down the road, continuing down. Right,
Mhm.
yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for the bread. Can I pay you in favors?
Oh, of course, with you, absolutely. I know you're good for it.
Yay! Oh, I love that. Okay. Tell your grandkids that I say hello. And I'll be sure to drop off some food for you and your family later today.
Thank you.
Of
And
course.
I will see you around.
Yeah. And then I walk out and check if Sayo has drank any of the herbal tea that I gave.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Ah, perfect. Okay. We can go back to the group. I think everything that I could have gotten, I got.
I mean, a direction is more than we had
Yeah.
10 minutes ago. So
Absolutely.
Yeah. And then from the others who are sort of looking around and gathering information just by looking and listening, you start to put together a similar story and a little bit of a path that someone walking very quickly and making an effort to not be seen or noticed was walking through town on a route that is very kind of weird and twisting and turning and like sometimes like goes forward and then seems like it goes back. But if you're gonna follow, how far are you going to follow? Just I'm assuming as long as you're getting information about where to go, you're gonna move as a group in that direction.
Yeah. I think because I move a little slower. I've got a cane, and Charmander can move a bit quicker, and I can like see through Charmander's senses and communicate with him. So he's probably a little ahead of me, and then probably found some other little creatures and got some of that information.
Right. Yeah, and Charmander's definitely feeding you information that is very useful, helping to guide you again on this route that like takes you, I'm gonna say all day if you are going to continue following this path to follow. Like you're constantly having to put together sources of information from things you overhear from people, little animal creatures. Every now and then, you stop and ask a flower or a vine that's growing along a tree, like, "Hey, what did you hear?" And try to piece together this rather complicated sort of twisting and turning path that eventually leads to somewhat of a dead end. It leads you to a place where you come to just a wide open field. There are lots of like wildflowers growing throughout here, but it's just a sort of big open space of land with nothing built on it, so there's no people here. But there are lots of plants and there are lots of creatures. So is there anything that Callie or Charmander would like to ask?
Yeah. So it is in a way like overwhelming because there's so many different directions that could go, but it helps that I can communicate with the different plants and things, and that sort of will probably guide me in a certain direction. But I'm going to ask if anyone has passed through this like field of flower or anything around the time that, based on like 4 a.m. and however far they are, seems to line up.
They tell you yes, someone did pass through here this morning.
Awesome. And am I able to determine a direction based on like which plant said it, or should I ask the follow-up?
You aren't really able to determine a direction, but if you ask like, oh, which way did they go? They went up.
Up. Okay. Up. And I'm very confused by that.
Yes,
but I know I heard correctly because this is my thing. So And so I'm going to like turn to the others and kind of translate and be like, so it seems like maybe Ace came through here, and they went up.
Did they feel like wings flap and go up, or is it just like something picked them up and up?
I don't remember Ace having any wings, so I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna guess that Ace himself did not independently fly. I'm going to turn to the flowers and stuff again, and I'm going to ask, was there anyone else here, maybe already waiting for them, or came as well?
No other people were here, but there was definitely something in the sky.
Something in the sky. Okay. Did the thing in the sky make noise or come down?
No noise. It felt like it didn't land, but it was close.
It's close.
Again, this is like grasses trying to guesstimate
Yeah.
distance. So they're not giving you like exact.
Yeah.
They're not like, yes, it was exactly 5 feet in the air.
Yeah.
They're doing their best, but the best you get is it was close.
Close. Okay. Yeah. All right. So then I'm going to turn to the group and like explain that there was something else in the sky that came close but didn't touch the ground or make noise or anything.
So it wouldn't be like a
Any-
dragon that would like beat its wings. Like they didn't feel the wind of that.
I'm gonna check with the flowers, even though I didn't notice anything about wind. And I'm going to ask if they could, like, how did they feel how close the object was?
Yeah.
Or the-
And yeah, they will tell you they felt that something did have wings, that felt very large.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to translate again back to everyone else and say it does seem that that the thing did have large wings, and that the grass didn't say dragon, but not ruling it out.
Mm.
So Ace didn't have the wings. Somebody else had wings.
I mean, that's what I was generally implying, but either way, have you, any of us, ever overheard any reports or conversations of large winged bestial entities in the area that are being spotted?
Yeah, so this is where a little bit of background / lore of what you would all know about dragons. Dragons are not common. Dragons are not a thing that you would see. They do exist. They live, or they're rumored to live, sort of off in the hills to the east in what is known as the Dragonlands, because someone was creative when they came up with the name for it. That's where the dragons live, off over there in those hills. Dragons don't really interact with people, not because they're hostile towards people, just because they live over there and we live over here. And there are stories, like, of tales and legends and maybe more like myths of times where dragons and people did get along and times where dragons and people definitely did not get along. So it's a bit of a mixed history there. But none of you would have ever seen a dragon, interacted with a dragon. It would be very weird or out of place for a dragon to be anywhere within like the bounds of the kingdom. You know, like, there are other like large birds that can like pop into your mind, but something that does come to mind, I think especially for Mask, and I'm not sure if anyone else would be aware of this, is that you have heard rumors and whisperings of dragon hunters, which, as their name implies, they're not actually necessarily exclusive to hunting dragons. They are a group of people that was believed to have been extinguished. Like, it is believed that they are supposed to be no more. Their goals and their aims when they were active was to hunt down magical and mythical creatures in order to harvest their inherent magic. All of you have access to a little bit of magic and a little bit of different kinds of magic, but it is rumored and theorized that if you were to drain the magic from some of these creatures, you could gain the power to, like, bring people back from the dead. Like, you know, top tier, universe destroying magic. If someone wanted to access that, that would be in theory the way to do it. To gain access to powers, you can talk to plants or maybe like see spirits, but this is magic on a level that no one has access to. Again, in theory. Technically, you've never actually heard of this like successfully happening. But that was the aim of the dragon hunters when they were active. And you've heard rumors and whisperings of that name, which is something that you had not heard, ever in terms of like, oh, we think that these people might be active and around.
I sort of divulge that information, and then again with like a hand curiously on the chin of my mask. It seems like an odd coincidence then to slowly hear all this potential dragon hunters, and then our ace having a particular sleepwalking early morning in the weirdest direction. If we need to figure out anything more, we may have to start going in the direction of the Dragonlands, if that is what took Ace.
I agree with that.
Not have heard anything about them and dragons specifically. Oh.
Is there anything with Ace's family and dragons?
Going way back, there is a history of people in like the royal family. Mostly that is mostly a cooperative relationship, mostly working with dragons.
Because they have to,
Yeah.
Okay.
How much would Callie know about dragons?
Probably potentially a little bit more, since your little friend is like semi-dragon, like a distant cousin. You would know, you probably know some of the stories really well of like reasons why people have worked with dragons in the past. You know that for the most part, whenever like something has gone wrong in a like dragon person relationship, it's normally the human's fault. You guys are normally the bad guys in those interactions. The dragons like have no real ill will towards people. They've just had bad interactions with people in the past, and that's kind of why they're like, okay, we stay over here and you stay over there and everything is fine. No, again, it's a public, on a map. If you look on a map, there's a little area and it's like Dragonland, so you would know how to get there. It is going to be quite a ways of a whether you're walking or horses or carriage, like it's still going to be quite a ways to get there of traveling. How much close traveling do you think that this group has done together, where you've traveled together for like 5 days in a row? Is that
No way.
common? No.
No
I
way.
don't think we've
Absolutely
gone
not.
past the field.
I've done a lot of like ingredient. I've gone on a lot of ingredient runs that take multiple weeks. So I've done it before, now with this group.
Yeah. You've done it by yourself for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
I think Mask has also been someone where their line of work has caused them to leave for days to weeks at a time.
All right, so some of you are a little bit more familiar with travel and some of you are not. but no one is familiar with this. Again, this is a group that comes together, solves a problem, and then disperses. Some of you have a little bit more interaction with each other in the meantime, but not really. So where we're going to pick up is about a week later. You have finally reached the outskirts of the kingdom proper, and you are hanging out in a sort of tavern-like place, getting ready to venture into the mountains to enter the Dragonlands. And that's where we're going to pick up when we come back from our break. Thank you everyone who's here for watching. As a reminder, again, we do have the donation link in our chat, and I believe we are very, very close to our $500. I think the last update that I got was that we were at like $475, so we are super, super close to that $500 mark. So you can use the break to get some water, get a snack, and check out that donation link in the chat, and we'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. everyone, and welcome back. I hope you had a nice break. We're able to go and refill some water. We are picking back up with our group who has been on. We're going through a bit of a time skip here as we take our break. You guys have had a whole week of traveling together. It is not, you're not walking this entire distance. I'm going to say, since some of you have some connections and work in the castle, that you've got access to carriages and horses and all the things that you need to make this a enjoyable journey, but it's still further out than some of you have ever traveled. Some of you are used to like taking weeks long journeys, but some of you are not used to going that far away from home. And as we also established, you're not quite used to going that far away from home in this configuration and group of people. You all know you're co-workers. You all work together. Some of you have deeper relationships than that, but you're basically co-workers who work together when your mutual connection of Ace goes missing. So how has this been for everyone to travel on the road together, group road trip with your coworkers? That sounds like a fantastic time to me. How has this been for everyone?
Right.
Overwhelming, for sure.
I think everyone would have observed with Mass that they had a personality like switch to deal with the situation and try and like lead the group. It's like, let's not focus on the uncomfortableness of we are traveling together. Let's just keep going, please.
Focus on the task.
We probably would have had to stop multiple times because I'm not focused on the task, and every time that I come across a new ingredient that I want to bring back to the castle, I brought a cart that's being led by horses, so I can stock it up with ingredients from the Dragonlands because I don't go to the Dragonlands very often. So, it should have taken probably 2 less days, but I disappear in the woods sometimes.
Yeah, I think I'd be getting very distracted too. Callie would be like making flower crowns and like talking to the horses a lot, and just kind of like finding a lot of calm in, even though we're in different spaces, plants and animals are, pretty much everywhere that we're,
Yeah.
going. So I'm kind of like taking breaks from the people by going back to my roots.
Absolutely. All right. So Mask is kind of like trying to herd cats, I think, a little bit with the two of you. Like, no, like while you're focused on one of them, like you're overlooking it, like Callie, and you turn around and you've lost Fefala, and you're just like, how, what, why, like, oh my gosh, here we go again. Like you're just kind of constantly trying to keep everyone like very task oriented. Like, let's go. What about this is bad for either of our other two? Because you were both very quick to say bad. What's
Just inconvenient. This isn't what I felt like doing for this entire week. I'm missing 2 galleries. I'm missing a concert that I didn't buy tickets for, but I was going to get into. Takes a day.
Yeah, true. One, I generally not prepared to leave for this long. And 2, Saya sleeps in like beds, nice beds in nice castles. And this is outside, so like they're doing fine in the sense that they won't complain about it, but they're doing fine by not complaining about it. They're just not saying much. They're on task, to Mask's point, but only so much as they are not actively distracted. They're not like being helpful if there isn't like something at hand to do.
Yeah, and there really isn't. I mean, you're traveling. Like, that is the thing to do. It's kind of boring. It's kind of tedious. It's just kind of long days of like, yeah. Does anyone think they'd like try or attempt any super awkward conversations to like get to know each other better on this trip, or is it a lot of awkward silence? So I'm trying to gauge like what's the vibe been like here?
Awkward silence. I think at some point Heck would have dragged Sayo off somewhere for a while, and that would have been as awkward as the silence.
I will say that will help. But it doesn't help the awkwardness when we get back.
Yeah, it's just awkward in a different way. Yeah.
After a few days of
We're used to
noticing
it.
that Sayo can't like fall asleep well, I attempt. Let's see if I can roll it. Hell yeah, that's 2 6s. That's so great. That's, that's a 13. I make you like 4 small loaves of, or not. I'm not doing bread. What am I talking about? I make these like little like dinner rolls, and they're covered in a mixture of like heavy cream, coconut cream, and sugar, and so that's all combined. And then that's I like make you like 4 little dinner rolls like that, and um. The description of it on here is tastes familiar and comforting and becomes deeply sleepy after eating. So this is just something that I want to give you to help you sleep at night, because honestly you're kind of cranky in the morning and I don't like it.
It's getting to the point where I'm maybe a little bit cranky all the time.
Yeah, because I know you don't like there's not beds.
But I have like an actual carriage, something that's like a little bit more well appointed, but it's not the same. Sayo does what they usually do, which is just take them from you, and they do thank you the next morning, sort of in passing.
Yeah, and I expect that from you, so I'm like, yeah, great.
Yeah, that tracks. Yeah.
Just every time right before you go to bed, it'll make you feel a lot better. So, and it's called Panipopo, is what I made you. So
It's really good.
I feel like Callie would like sometimes not even notice that it's awkward or like not really pick up on all the social things. And maybe like one time if there was like something that they did pick up on and they were like, oh, how can I make this better? They'd just be like, would you like some moss? I don't know, whoever's upset.
Just kind of generically post to the group. It's like an awkward moment, and all of a sudden you're just like, anyone want moss? And everyone's like,
I
we're
don't-
not even
For 4.5 hours in
I think we
complete
should all touch
silence.
moss.
Yeah.
Says yes. Are you offering to give them moss or to touch it? Because they will try to take it.
I don't think Callie would be specific, and I don't think that they would say anything if you took it. I think they'd just be like, okay. Like maybe they weren't expecting that, but they were like, this is, take a little mental note. People sometimes take things.
Yeah, they're like they do like pet it. Sayo like pets it a little bit, but then one of the empty compartments in their arm, it gets slotted away. If you ask for it back, they will give it back, but it doesn't occur to them that you were just offering it up for pet.
During the downtime when we're not walking, we're just like doing its end of day. We're setting up for like the sleep and like wind down. I think Mass just like appreciates a bit of the silence and us like not talking, just whips out a little sketchbook from their layers of clothes and is just like doodling away.
What are you drawing? Do the others get to see what you're drawing or not? How secretive is this actually? That's what
Be
I'm gonna
looking.
This isn't terribly secretive. They're just sort of like sitting there, and when people come over and look, some of them, they see these pages this littered with sketches. Some of them are like different flowers, notes of the wildlife we saw through the day. Some of them are sketches of people within the group, and it seems like she's trying to, for those in particular, getting good details on them, like trying really hard to study the faces.
Night that you do that, I just peek over your shoulder and I say, you get games on your sketchpad? Oh. Okay.
But then she draws like a little like tic-tac-toe scratching and gives you it.
You
I
We'll do
think
hangman
Callie
later.
would definitely like all the drawings and stuff, like of folks in the group and the flowers and the animals and everything. So they would definitely compliment the drawing. I think sometimes they would be more like observations that people would find weird. Like I just pointed out something in the drawing, but I think it's a compliment. It's just a random statement.
Yeah, you're like, that's purple, and it's like, yeah, it is, yeah.
Mass just says that fact, but as Callie like talks more about a certain drawing, they'll just rip it out of the sketchbook and give it to Callie.
I
Just
think
assuming that that's why Callie keeps talking about it. It's like, oh,
Yeah,
you want it? Here you go.
yeah, that's not what Callie would be going for, and they'd probably be like a little surprised by like the sudden like ripping of paper and stuff. But then they just like hold it and they just be like, "Are you giving this to me?"
You keep addressing my drawing. Do you not want it?
I don't not want it, but I. Are you sure?
It's already been ripped out, so I suppose I am.
Thank you. I love that.
All right.
Again.
Yeah. I love that. Just like a snippets of what happens over the journey, little moments, because we obviously don't have, I'm sure there are a lot more awkward moments that we don't have time to capture, and maybe a handful of other, like, cute, sweet moments that do happen as well. But eventually, like I had kind of ended us on, you come to the Misty Dragon Tavern, appropriately named as your, like, basically it's the edge of the kingdom, and then there is a mountain range that you know you're going to have to, like, that's going to be the hardest part. You thought traveling through the kingdom was going to be hard. You got to go up from here. Dragons fly. They live in, like, the tops of the mountains, and kind of, like, you got to go through the mountain range to get to the mountain range on the other side. It's you did not sign up for an easy journey. I think some of you probably didn't realize what you were signing up for. You were like, yeah, we go and follow Ace. We always go and follow Ace. But you normally get them back in like a couple of days, not like a week worth of walking. And a week worth of walking has gotten you like halfway there. But you go ahead and you approach the entrance to this tavern. Whenever you can, you have been trying to find a place to stay for the night. It's not been consistent, but as we know, some of you prefer beds. They're not comfortable beds compared to what you're used to, but there are nicer beds in the, in a tavern or somewhere where you could like try and get lodging for the night. I believe as you're entering the tavern, Fifala, did you have something you wanted to do?
Yeah, so as we enter the tavern, I'm like standing and holding the door for all of you to walk in, and I just have these cute little covered bowls in my hand, and as you walk in, I give you raw fish, coconut cream, and some fresh veggies from our travels. And it's called Oka, and it's Oka Fortitude. So after you eat it, you take one. You get a +1 to your heart roll. And so I give everybody this cute little bowl of Oka for all of you, and you can eat it when you want. So it's great.
Sayo takes it and sort of like Indiana Jones replaces in your hand one for another a little bag that has some stuff in it. If when you look inside it, there is like a travel chest set. Games.
What?
Chess set. We got games in here.
Got games. Games on the pad.
All right.
But yeah, doesn't like mention it. Just takes it with like a
Drops.
nod from you and hands off.
All right. You all go inside. You're able to. There are big tables where you can think. It's your classic tavern. It looks like every tavern looks in every story. And there are big tables. There's a fire in the fireplace. There is someone who is serving drinks if anyone wants to get a drink. And there are stairs leading up to a second story where there are rooms where you can all stay for the night. Do you imagine that you all sit around and talk and eat now that you've got food? Are people going straight to just like, get me a room right now?
I will get rooms for everyone. I got money to throw around. I don't know how money works, but enough. But is going to stay in the tavern area for a little bit.
I think Callie's probably gonna go sit down. I think they just want a little break.
just grab like a tankard of whatever just happens to be the local drink. They're not too picky about when it comes to that kind of stuff. And then just sort of takes a sit and is just watching from like a back corner, just observing what is going on in the space.
Will go sit close to a window and keep an eye out for one of her friends, and order a water and eat the food that she brought in with her.
Faifala goes right up to the bar, finds the biggest people in this bar, and like looks around to everybody else that she just gave
Out
food
against one wall.
to. Yeah, all of you are like spread out
Yeah.
away from each other, and I'm like, I am the most extroverted person in this group. So then I put 2 hands on the shoulders of 2 very large people in this bar, and I'm like, hey, we've been traveling from the capital of Wisteria, and I'm looking to get on top of that mountain to see a dragon for myself, and I don't want to do it, and I want someone to take me instead. What say you?
They definitely look surprised. I think it was just like a couple who was seated side by side, like those couples who work out together, so they're like both like jacked.
Yeah.
In this case, what appears to be a man and a woman who are sitting next to each other, and they're like a little bit shocked, like you just come up and like put your hands on them, and they turn around and sort of look at you. And like I believe if I remember correctly, like looking at you on the outside, like you don't immediately look super strong, and then you look for a second and you're like, no, like they could probably beat me up.
Yeah.
Is like the vibe of your character.
Yeah.
So they look at you for a second and they're like, wait, what do you want? What do you want from us? What do you?
Not necessarily from you. I'm not from around here. I come from the capital. I work not with, but not alongside, near the royal family. And they want some ingredients from the Dragonlands. And I feel like the dragons will be able to help me. So you don't have to take me up there. If you know of a service, if you know some other people, if you know dragons, see right there, to get us to the top of the mountain without, spending as much energy as it took to get here. That'd be great.
No, we don't know any I know we like live close by, and this is like the Misty Dragon Tavern, but no, we don't know any dragons, and people, even though we're like close, we don't really cross the mountain ever. I've never been on the other side. If you're looking for someone to help you, like maybe the only thing I can think of is there is this like I don't know, there's this person, they claim that they've seen a dragon before, like nobody really believes them. But you could go and ask. They have like a shop a little ways down the street. You'll be able to find it here. They write down the address, or however like you'd be able to like the name of the shop is probably more realistic, on a little like piece of paper and give it to you. They're like, yeah, I get they're probably like a waste of time because they're probably making the whole thing up, but you could always try.
Whatever it takes. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Is it open right now? What time of day is it?
Probably like night. So
Are they open
probably. Probably not. They do keep kind of weird hours, so maybe.
It's like knock on the door loud enough and long enough they'll come outside.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. And I walk away. Obviously expecting the entire group to have heard this entire interaction.
Yeah.
So loud.
Yeah.
Dio
You were loud enough
flags
to
down,
be heard across the bar, yeah.
flags down like a waitress or something, and is just like, put those 2 on my tab. we'll cover them.
I think, how many other people are in the tavern, the pub? Like, are there people at other tables and stuff eating?
Yeah, right now it's like moderately crowded in here. Like it's not packed, but you're not the only ones here.
I think Charmander might go trying to steal someone's food, and then I'm just like, sorry, and I get him some food.
Are we in the Dragonlands, or are we like coming up?
You're
on
like
them?
coming up on the border, basically.
Okay,
It's like the
okay.
kingdom ends. There's mountains in between you, and then the dragons are on the other side of the mountain.
This is a thing I can do, but I was watching, as I think was Feifalla's intention. Can I tell if those two were lying because
You
we're
don't figure out a
outsiders?
person.
All right. And I might add a mimesis thing to this as well, but that is garbage. Figure out a person is wit.
Wit, yeah.
3 + 2 is 5.
Experience.
Yeah.
You get XP. You can ask one of your special questions if you want to.
One of them is, what would you talk about in this situation? So I'm gonna go up. Pavel, are you still with them, or did you sort of like retreat?
Am finishing chugging the pint of beer that I ordered. So I'm still near them.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna come up and join you, sort of broadcasting that we know each other. And I might even do my other thing, which is when your looks or behavior are unacceptable for your social role, I can mitigate that a little bit. There's a couple different ways. I'll probably get to that. But just sort of come in with like a lower level of energy and hopefully get them to like relax and tell us something. If like I want basically for the mimesis, what would you talk about in this situation? Is there something going on that like locals are talking about that might be useful to us or just might be interesting to us?
Yeah. You walk over, you join your friend / coworker at the bar. Are you getting anything to drink yourself, or you just
Yeah, I think I'll order something like by name specifically that is very expensive. I don't know what would be like top shelf, but
yeah,
whatever
yeah.
that is.
The top shelf equivalent, yeah.
Mhm.
That gets you probably a little bit of a look. I
Mhm.
think probably not a lot of people come in and are just very casually like, give me this very expensive drink. Most people are probably like, yeah, whatever, like, give me whatever beer you've got, and you're ordering something like fancy and
Tequila
expensive.
do you want?
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I want I want to pay $2 for tequila.
um, so you go over and you are kind of listening, engaging to these people's conversations. Uh, what I'm going to say happens because this is you're using a move that you can always use, but you also had a roll that you failed on or got a
Absolutely.
downbeat on. So what I'm gonna say is you get the information that there's honestly not like they're just talking about the equivalent of the weather. Like they're kind of just making small casual talk. It doesn't really necessarily seem like anything super important or interesting has gone on here recently. Uh, kind of a average semi-sleepy part of town where you're getting the sense that not a lot is going on. But what's going to happen in return is I'm going to add to my generic pool of GM strings as they overhear you ordering something very expensive and they start to take note of who they think is with you and who has entered town, and they're starting to kind of put that together. Anything else anyone wants to do before nightfall? Like truly nightfall and it's time to go to sleep.
Go knock.
Oh, sorry. What you two people talked. What'd you guys say?
Dizzy go.
Oh, I just said not until nightfall.
Okay, then we'll come back to you.
And I said I would like to go knock on the shop's door.
Can I do something in this room real quick then before
Yes.
the shop? I'm going to do my other thing, which is when your looks or behavior are unacceptable for your social role, choose one. Ask what it would take to overlook it. If you do it, take a string on them. If you don't, take a condition. I don't care that much that they clocked us as being
Mhm.
like who we are from the capital. Faifella said some of it like they picked up on. I would like for them not to talk about it too much.
Okay.
Conversation that like I'm trying to be subtle, but like get the vibe across that like something is wrong that we're trying to keep a lid on,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
it would be appreciated by certain, royal members if we can keep that quiet at least for a little bit longer.
Is that something you have to roll for? Sorry.
They provide a condition
Okay.
to overlook it. If I do
Mm.
it, I take a string on them. If I don't do it, I take a condition.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I think that their condition to kind of keep quiet is that they kind of want to know what's going on. Like once they realize something is going on, they want to know more information. They start kind of like prying you a little bit to see what, what secrets they can get out of you. Like if something is happening with the royals and dragons, they want to be able to be like, we knew about it first. Even if they're not necessarily like they will agree to kind of they'll keep it quiet for now, but they want to know what they're keeping quiet is basically the exchange.
I will say as much as I know, which is helpfully not that much. So, like I will say it in a way that is like, okay, fine, I'm like letting you into the circle,
Mm-hmm.
and then tell them, and I'm going to like intentionally sort of spin a yarn that takes a little while, in order for them to feel like they're getting quite a lot. But I don't have that much information. Is it general knowledge to the public that the air goes missing?
Yeah, not as often. Like it's not something that gets broadcast every time, but
Sure.
the couple of times that like they've gotten kidnapped or something major has happened, you can't really keep that a secret from people.
Right. So I like won't say that they got kidnapped because I don't know that that's the
Yeah.
case, but like we are on their tail. We think they're after something, and dragons. There's an insinuation that dragons are involved, and I will like keep repeating these two things in like various different ways without giving any further information, just because I really don't have any further information. And hopefully they feel in on the loop. I also would like some more information.
Okay. Absolutely. Yeah, then I think you are able to satisfy that. You know that they are not going to go around talking or spreading any rumors that you don't want them to be. They're probably going to be talking about the air a little bit, about like them being missing, and like they might spread like the dragon thing, but they're not going to say that they heard it from you.
Okay.
And they're not going to say that you were in town or that they saw you or your group. So that will be kept secret.
Okay.
I think we're gonna jump. Oh, go for it.
I just assumed that like some of that already is public knowledge because we've been traveling for a week, so presumably like the people know that for at least a week no one's seen the air.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That is some of that is definitely not. I think the new part would be the potentially like throwing the word dragon around. Would be the only new part of that.
Yeah, that's the part I want them to like feel special about. So maybe hold off for like a day or two until we can know something.
Until you get some more information.
Yeah.
Cool. Then I think we're gonna jump over to the shop, where you're going to go and bang on the door. Is that something you're gonna go do by yourself?
I know Mask would like to follow if Faifala is fine with it.
Whoever wants to follow, follow. I'm just gonna be very obnoxious.
I might come. Heck, were you doing something at this time also?
Not until it is dark.
Okay. Yeah, I'll follow. There might be some pockets I can line that would help us.
Okay, yeah, you walk down to the shop. It is kind of just like a oddities shop. Like it looks like there's lots of little trinkety types of things, lamps and lanterns hanging in the windows, some very like intricate looking like glass work, and like different like glass pieces hanging around. It does look like it's closed and look like it's empty. I'm assuming you're like banging on the door.
I'm banging on the door and I'm saying dragon. to try to lure them out by saying that there's a dragon.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, you do that for like a solid minute of just really loudly like dragon, dragon, dragon as you're like banging on the door. And you
Street.
a couple. Like it's evening, not night, basically. So it's getting dark, but it's not pitch black. So there's a couple people maybe walking like to and from, different like bars or taverns. Maybe a couple people are slightly drunk. But yeah, there are people who walk by.
Paying us any particular attention?
No,
the street?
no more attention than you would pay to someone like yelling the word dragon and banging on a door. Yeah, no one
Yeah,
seems to be giving you particular attention, but you are getting looks from that.
That's fine. Continue.
Yeah. Yeah, no one seems like they are like no one pays you any attention until that starts to happen, and then it's like, why is that person being so loud? But yes, you bang on the door, you make some very loud noise, and after a minute or so, you hear noise coming from inside, like someone, it sounds like, is kind of bumping into some things, and then the door opens just a tiny little bit, and someone says, just, dragon? What dragon? Where dragon? Dragon?
I'd like.
You can do that.
Stop you. You can say no.
Do I know that you followed me?
Like I wasn't like right shoulder to shoulder with you, but I wasn't hiding or anything. I was probably like leaning against the front window of the store while you were banging.
Then I'm not gonna stop you. You can try to stop me.
I think instead of like physically trying to stop you, like as you try to burst through the door, I like just put a hand on your shoulder and go, maybe we can just take this conversation inside.
Or we'd like to talk inside. Right
you
now.
can come inside. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I push the door open.
Yeah, this person will let you inside. Like they will take a couple steps back. It does look like they might have been asleep and been woken up based on the way that this person is dressed. They are about 5'5", light skin, light blonde hair, really short hair. They are more like masculine presenting, but they do use they them pronouns. They're not super physically like buff or big. They're all a little bit on the smaller side. But they look very excited right now at the dragon thing has them excited, not scared or anything like that. They're like, dragon? What do you mean? Like, you're coming here to talk about dragons?
Dragon nerd.
So they do let you in. The shop is one of those places where if you move an inch incorrectly, you will bump into something. It is, lined with just shelves and objects that are stacked in ways that defy physics, where you're like, that's really dangerous. How gracefully do you think, I'm almost tempted to just like make you roll a grace roll to see who breaks the most things.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone who's going in here, roll me 2d6, and we're gonna do this not totally based on the TSL rules, but just make a grace. It's kind of a defy disaster, a little tiny bit.
Is defy disaster grace, or is it just whatever it like the
I
relevant
believe
stat
defy
is?
disaster is whatever the relevant stat is for
Sure.
the moment.
Yeah.
I think you can do it. Yeah, you can do it with anything.
Came in on 11, so she sort of just pops into the doorway looking like a shadow.
I will
and then
say,
closes
Matt,
the door and disappears into the shadow.
if you want, I don't know that you followed, but I think we know each other enough that I might have predicted that you might have followed, even if I can't see you. So I would have left the door open for long enough for you to get in. If you want to get in, again, Quinn, this is up to like how realistic this is. But if you want to just get in like while I am like we are banging into stuff, maybe you don't get seen at all.
Hey.
Yeah. Well, what did everyone roll? So you got an 11. What else?
I got an 8.
I got a 7.
Got a 7, which is wild. 'Cause I
so-
have a +0.
Yeah. Nobody like failed. I think the people who got like 7, because that's in that like, or no one got a downbeat. That's the correct terminology for TSL. That like mid beat that a couple of you are in is like you're go for it. Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, if you want Charmander to have a second roll, that's a 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Charmander.
Yes.
Charmander's just like woo.
Agent
That
of Chaos.
actually, all of you guys are like bumping stuff on accident, like your shoulder bumps something and you're like, oh gosh, but nothing's falling. And then Charmander just is like jumping from place to place and you're like, no. And you'd think that would be a bad thing, but this person sees the little part dragon in Charmander and he goes, oh, well, what is your name, little friend? Where are you from? And so it's like, it's very clear to you, Callie, that this person can't act like they're talking to Charmander in the way that like I would go and talk to a cat, where it's just like, oh, hello there. Like you can actually talk to animals. This person cannot, but they start like making conversation with Charmander.
Aw. Yeah, his name's Charmander, and he seems to be having a lot of fun hopping around your place.
That's all right, as long as he's having a good time. Is this the dragon that you were mentioning?
No, actually. That's just a little friend that we have that follows us everywhere. No. Okay, I have to preface this by saying you cannot repeat anything that I'm about to say. I come from the Royal Palace. We all do. There might even be another person in here that you can't even see. Okay? Okay. Basically, we lost the heir to the throne, and we believe that a dragon came and took the heir. And it is our job. There's another person, but they're not here. And then there's also the other person that you can't see. That may be in here. We don't know. Maybe, maybe not. And we need to get up to the mountain. And we've spent the last week traveling from the capital to here. And we need a guide. Maybe you have some more carriages, a shortcut, connections to dragons. We would love all of these.
Well, I don't have all of those, but I think the one that will help you the most, I know how to get there. There's a magical sort of shortcut that I can guide you to. Probably not. Do you need to go like now? It is getting dark.
No, I woke you from your sleep, and that was rude of me. But now that you're going to help us, you can sleep for the rest of the night.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. We can meet in the morning, and I can show you the way.
Sounds great.
Okay.
And then I just walk out.
Can
I don't say anything.
Can I try to figure out a person again? Because the people in the bar did not believe them that they know things.
Yeah. Go for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Something like Mask was trying to do too from like not being seen is,
Yeah.
you know, if there's any behaviors that are weird going on here.
Go for it. I'll say you can both roll.
Yeah. Du-du-du-du-du.
Also, I need people at home to know that I am not re-rolling dice. I just can't read them without picking them up because I'm rolling stupid dice that look like this and are impossible to see at all.
Well, Mask gets desperately distracted by a different thought because I only rolled a 5 total.
Okay. Mark XP.
Hey! Saya got a 9.
Okay. All right. So 5 and a 9. On the 9, what we're gonna start with that one first. What questions do you want to ask?
2, I think. Can't like straight figure out if they're lying, but what do you hope to get from helping us, and what are your feelings towards? Should I do feelings towards dragons or feelings towards like the capital? Are we expecting reason? We'll do dragons. Feelings towards dragons.
Okay. Feelings towards dragons you get just based off of their behavior seems very genuinely excited. Like, it does seem like
Mhm.
the mention of dragons did legitimately make this person very excited. You actually like look around the shop and you see a lot of little like dragon themed trinkets around the shop and in this area, so you're like, oh, this person really likes dragons. Your other question was, what do you hope to get from helping?
Yeah.
I think you get the feeling as well from kind of looking around the shop and looking at this person that, and with the information that they aren't generally believed, this is someone who is not necessarily like the most popular person in town. Uh People talk about them. There's probably a little bit of making fun of them, like, oh haha, like they think they saw a dragon. So you kind of get the sense that they're just a little bit shocked that someone believes them. And like came to ask about their little like special interest hyperfixation and didn't question like the fact that you just walked in and were like, dragons, what do you know? They were like, absolutely, I know things about dragons. So from everything you can get, like they do seem fairly genuine in their level of excitement, and you aren't sensing any ill intent from them. Then on our 5, from the person hidden in the shadows, the first thing I'm going to say that happens is that you are no longer hidden in the shadows. You're like trying to listen and you get distracted and you like bump something and you sort of stumble out of the shadows, which you had been mentioned like there might be someone here, but then like when you actually appear, it's a little bit of like a jump back, a little bit of a like, oh my goodness, oh, whoa, where did you come from? And then I'm going to say that this person in particular, either this person in particular or my generic pool of GM strings, depending on what I decide to use them for, I'm going to have another string on you specifically. Because you kind of, you were supposed to be there hidden and then you accidentally revealed yourself. And yeah, the rest of you also see Mask uncharacteristically kind of like falling out from the shadows a little bit.
I try to make Mask look cool and just say, "Told you so."
Hi. Okay, you sure? You're also here for the dragons? Okay. Cool. All right. Cool. Then I guess I will be seeing you tomorrow morning. Okay.
Name on this person?
You haven't asked.
Okay. Should I ask?
I could. So, Charmander is going to tell me, like, he likes this place. He is a little menace and loving the clutter. And he's going to, like, tell me, like, he wants to stay here the night. And so I'm going to be like, is it okay if Charmander stays here until morning? And they just kind of trail off, like, waiting for a name.
I think that they miss the fact that you're waiting for a name. And just because you little dragons stay here, and they're just like, of course, absolutely, your little friend can stay here for the night. Yes, and Charmander's like still bouncing around on shelves, like breaking things left and right.
Cool. I'm trying to decide, like, how awkward Kelly is. Callie's gonna, like, take a sec and then be like, how should I introduce you to Charmander? And then kind of, like, call Charmander over.
Of course. Sorry, woken up and all, and the banging on the door and the dragons. My name is Cody.
Cody. Cool. And so I'm gonna, like, tell Charmander that, and then Charmander's gonna kind of, like, sniff Cody, and then just immediately, like, hop onto, well, I guess we don't know Cody, oh, wait, they, them pronouns, right? Yeah. So it's going to, like, hop over onto, like, onto their shoulders or something, kind of, like, curl around like a little scarf or something. cute like that.
Yeah, they are just like in awe. I think they've kind of like lost that the others of you are even there because they're just like, I have a like part dragon scarf, and they're very excited about this.
Yeah.
Go for it if there's something else.
Yeah, and then I think Callie like is gonna have a little slow processing moment, and then be like, "Oh, I'm Callie, by the way."
Callie, nice to meet you. And they will at this point kind of look at the others to see if anyone else introduces themselves. You don't have to.
Fifalla's already out the door.
Yeah.
I got the information I needed, so I'm out.
Bye. Yeah.
I gotta go to sleep.
Yeah. It's bedtime. Yeah.
Love it.
Oh, will introduce themselves just because they know that this person is appreciating being trusted, but they do not trust them still because they still can't get a vibe on like, did you actually see a dragon? Is this a real thing, or are you just hoping to find one? So they will introduce themselves in an attempt to like keep them from like getting suspicious.
Okay. And then what about Mask?
I think Mask will just be like a awkward little hand wave and say Mask, and then like turn and start walking out the door.
All right. Well, we're gonna kind of leave the semi-awkward conversation to go over to Heck. All of your, again, friends in air quotes, associates, co-workers, companions have left, and Heck has stayed behind. Is there something you want to do while you're waiting, or is the thing you want to do once they return?
Probably while I'm waiting, just because, some of them are weird about when I walk out into empty space and start talking to things.
It's fine.
I'm going to try to commune with the unseen again out here. I think I'm not picky as to whether or not it's any of the ones that I know. I think the cold shoulder thing is a little over, and at this point, it's more like, all right, well, it's been a week. I'm out in the middle of nowhere. I'm doing this stupid job. Are you going to help? Or like it's become less I'm mad and more I'm tired.
Yeah. More like I want to go home.
Come on, guys.
Okay.
It's, come on.
Come on, get with the program. Yeah. Are you going to roll? You have to roll for that, right?
Yeah, it's spirit. That's right. It's the only roll I've done so far. I forgot what it was.
That's okay.
I didn't turn on my thingy.
Yeah, you got to do the cool effect.
So it's a 1 and a 6.
1 and a 6,
plus
so 7.
2, so it's a 9.
Okay. So go ahead and read what the options are from that middle.
From 7 to 9, choose 2 from the 10 plus list, but choose one thing that goes awry. So choose 2 from hide something in the unseen world, learn something important from the unseen, temporarily alter the unseen nature of a place, ask a question from the figure out a person of anyone, anywhere, if you can name one of their deceased loved ones, and learn the recent history of an object you hold. So I think in an ideal world, I would have the scrap of cloth, since it doesn't serve sort of any purpose to anybody else.
Yeah.
And I'd love to know what the recent history of that scrap of cloth was, if recent goes back to before we left the castle.
Yeah, in this case, I will say that yes, that can be recent. That scrap of cloth is from a all-black cloak that you're able to learn, because this is coming from the unseen, you're able to learn information that would have normally taken, like, investigation to go and get, which is that the royal heir went and got this cloak from a shop a good ways away from the castle a couple weeks before this event of them going missing. So it seems like this was something they deliberately went and got. They did not. It's not like, oh, this has been in the closet for 5 years, like, hidden in the back somewhere. It is newer, and it really has only been worn not once, but like 2 to 3 times. Like, it has only been worn a small handful of times.
Dealing with somebody who is an amateur at doing whatever they think they're doing. Okay.
You do get the sense that it does belong to the royal heir. Like, that they are the ones who went and bought this, yeah.
What are you doing, Ace? All right. Then I'd like to do the figure out a person question of Ace, and I, the player, don't know any of Ace's deceased loved ones, but
In character,
you know,
you do,
having
yeah,
kind of
yeah.
grown up for sure. Yeah. So my figure out a person question, I think I'll go for, how would you feel if I blank? And the blank being, you know, how would you feel if I did not find you and bring you back to the castle within the next week?
Okay, I'm gonna say that the way that this works is that you stand there thinking about Ace and thinking about the name of one of his deceased, deceased grandparent or something like that, and it's as if you see Ace in the space like visibly before you. And having done this before, you know it's like not really them, but it is like you're almost communicating like with their subconscious, and you see them before you. For my first time describing them, they're dressed more how they're normally dressed, which is normally they don't really wear like proper royal clothes. Like they're normally in an outfit that they could get dirty in. They do like to be outside. Part of why they get lost is because they're just always trying to be off on another adventure. They have red hair that is like side parted, kind of like mine, but like more swoopy. And there's just more hair and it's shorter. So it's like all gathered up on the top. Um, they have light skin and green eyes, and uh, their eyes, almost like in the Vision version of them, are like a little bit like lighter and glowy. Because you know it's like not the real them; it's just a vision. And you ask the question directly in this case, like you're asking this in character. How would you feel if I didn't find you and bring you back within the next week? And their answer is, I mean, if you can't find me and bring me back in the next week, that's fine, but I would prefer if you did. I think I need help.
Good to know.
Wave your hand and the vision vanishes.
Yeah. I think probably at that point is when everybody else would eventually, whoever makes their way back first. I think getting to that eventual discovery takes Heck a little while. And from like Heck's POV, there's like all these like magic runes crawling their way up trees and like these floating black specks coming up out of the ground, manifesting themselves as Ace in front of them. There's just like this whole cinematic kind of looking crazy thing happening. To everybody else, Heck is standing like a little bit off center in the middle of the road, staring at the sky and like muttering repeatedly to themselves, like, how would you feel if I did not find you in the next week? How would you feel if I did not find you in the next week? And nothing else is out of the ordinary, except that, choose one thing that goes awry. Hungry, unseen, destroy all non-sentient life in a small area. So for a couple of blocks around the tavern, all of the trees' leaves have been falling off and the bark is drying up. And the grass is all like a pale yellow color now. And certainly it's Heck's fault.
Callie, how are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I think I'd probably be the last one to leave, maybe. And then I'm just like walking back. Would I see Heck, or would I just like notice nature?
Notice the nature stuff first before you see Heck, but eventually you will see her. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I think. Yeah, since this has happened before, but like back at the castle and stuff. So I think I recognize that this is sort of Heck and Co's chaos being happening. And so I'm aware that like something like that's going on. And then I also am going to plan on using Awaken the Wild to hopefully restore everything that that just died.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, go ahead and Awaken the Wild. I believe You have to roll 4 plus spirit.
Okay. I got 5 on the dice, but I have 2 spirit. 7.
So it's 7. I am assuming that the thing that you're trying to do is to cleanse an area of hurt, corruption, or sickness from the option. Okay. You do that. However, this is something that as you're starting to do, as you're starting to kind of like bring the I'm gonna kind of interestingly combine some of the moves that's going on here a little bit. As you're doing this, it's kind of like warring with what Heck is doing a little bit. Like Heck is causing this, not intentionally, it is happening on accident, but it is being caused as an effect of what Heck is doing. And then you're coming in and trying to cleanse the effect that's being caused. So the consequence or the like hard choice here is not actually going to fall on you. It's going to fall on if you continue to do this as Heck comes out of her sort of trance, Heck is going to take a condition.
Ooh.
Unseen are going to be mad at Heck because you're kind of trying to undo what they're doing and they're not going to be super happy about it.
And then if I'm not...
I'll say the way you could kind of tell, like as you get closer and you can see Heck, you start to like see a little bit of distress in her as she's sort of like coming out of her communing with the unseen.
Can I help with it?
Yeah, what would you like to do?
I'll say that I'm used to Heck standing in odd places, looking off into nowhere, but usually she's not causing an effect. So the fact that she's causing an effect like made me a little worried. So I was just waiting. I wasn't interfering, but just like waiting on the side. So if I notice Callie trying to counteract it, I will sort of call out softly. At least wait until she's done.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if... I think if Callie had gone all the way to Heck, they might have waited until Heck was done.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking since this is kind of, they're at odds with each other, maybe Callie didn't find Heck first and is maybe oblivious.
That was my thought, was like
being in it. Yeah,
you saw the destruction, but you didn't see Heck, but you were like, you know, trying to do something about it because I don't think you realized. I do think it was like accidental. You didn't realize that Heck was still in the middle of this, but now it's already kind of started. So it is, accidentally at odds with each other.
Yeah, so then, I think because they're, like, not aware of that happening, that they would, like, continue to try to help the nature and everything.
Okay, and then with Sayo coming in and being like, wait till she's done, does that have any effect if you hear that?
Oh, right. I don't know if they would have heard that. How loud was it? Or, like, did they come find me? Okay.
I think I know both of you well enough to know that, like, whatever is happening right now looks like something Callie does.
Yeah, it's like, oh, it's
so I'm like, okay, I know what's happening here. I'll go find Callie and kind of, like, I don't want to break you out of whatever you're doing, but just kind of, like, come up next to you and go, maybe
Okay. It's tricky because I think they'd be so focused, they might not even notice. So I think it would come down to, like, how, maybe not aggressive, but, like, how hard, like, Sayo's trying to break them out of it. Because they're, like, maybe not really hearing, like, they might be kind of zoned out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they'd like being touched, but I think it would break them out of it. So I think it kind of comes down to that, maybe.
I think they're not. I think they're gonna touch you, but sort of like not hands on you, but just sort of shoulder to shoulder up next to you. I can roll something for it. I don't know what it would be. Entice, please stop.
Yeah, you could try entice. Yeah.
Okay, I have some meta heart.
You have a +1 to your next heart if you ate the food, which I think you did.
I
yeah,
did
yeah.
because it was in a bowl and I didn't really want to carry it around. So. And it was great. Oh, that's so helpful. It would have been a 6, but it is a 7.
Okay.
Thank you.
One for that roll.
Hell yes.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Okay. Then yeah, it doesn't
Get another
work.
XP.
You get another XP. Callie, you're so engaged in the moment in trying to fix the plants that you don't notice Sayo coming over and trying to interact with what you are doing. And I'm gonna say for that, to make it potentially a little bit worse, I mean, first of all, Heck, Dizzy, what condition is Heck going to take?
I think hopeless, because I imagine what happens is like the thing that's killing the plant life in the area is like the unseen being sort of focused in. It's sort of like the equivalent of holding up a really big magnifying glass and it just starts burning the area, kind of, but on like a nature itself level and not like a physical level. But as a result of Callie's ability sort of pushing the edges of that magnifying glass in, what it's doing is it's focusing the beam harder and harder into the center where Heck is. And so it's sort of like it's burning away Heck's will as she's standing there, as she's getting like further and further lost in this kind of endless moment. Like to everybody else, she's repeating herself over and over. To her, she's only asked once. But so like everybody else is just seeing her stand there and get like faster and faster and fall into gibberish and then kind of pass out. And she just sort of wakes up later scared.
Yeah. I'm actually, because there is another downbeat there with the failure that you made, I'm going to offer something to Sayo. This is a GM thing you can do where I can offer you XP to make an unwise decision. You don't have to do it. You don't have to follow. You are allowed to say no. If you say no, you might have another consequence, like you might have to take a condition. You're attempting to get through to Callie does not work. And you see Heck, who you have a kind of relationship with. There's some history there. So I think that what you are influenced to do is, you feel the impulse or you feel the urge to run over to Heck and interrupt her, which is something that is not always the brightest or smartest idea, but to try and in some way pull her, since you couldn't get through to Callie, to try and get through to Heck.
Yes, I am going to do this. I will say, can I see the magnifying glass effect? Does it look like it's focusing in?
I don't know. Heck, what do you think?
I think so. Just going by the idea that it's always referred to as the unseen, I like to think nobody else ever really sees almost anything. Like at the most, they'll see like Heck's friend kind of walk up and it's just a raggedy looking animal. That's not even really what that thing actually looks like. It's just the closest thing everybody can comprehend to it. But like where Heck is seeing all the effect around her right now, I think everybody else is just seeing plants die.
The area of plants dying is probably narrowing because of what Callie's doing.
That's probably true.
Yeah, Sayo is going to walk up to you and is not confident in this decision, but does not want you to be in the center of this circle when it closes. So is just going to like put a hand on your sternum and shove to get you out of that like specific position. And we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and I'm going to leave this. I have an idea of what could happen, but I'm going to put it on you first, Dizzy. What do you think this does to Heck? And how does it interfere with the condition that you're already taking or potentially make it worse?
So I think it takes a second for Heck to kind of tune into what's going on with the unseen. So it's sort of like standing out there and like spreading out like branches or roots to tap into everything. And getting pushed out of that is sort of like ripping a plant out, but not by the roots. Like the roots are kind of still there, and you sort of leave something behind for a moment. And that's sort of what happens to Heck. Is like, I think that might be what sort of renders her unconscious for a minute until she catches back up with herself in the present moment.
Yeah, then Sayo, you see like Heck like falls down and falls unconscious, passes out, and you're able to kind of like go and like lean over her and like shake her and try and get her to wake up, and she's
Yeah.
out for I think a couple minutes before waking. What is your reaction upon are you backing up a thought? Sayo, are you like staying like leaning over her? Are you gonna try and like carry her back into the tavern? What are you trying to do now that she's unconscious?
I do not think I can pick her up. I don't carry things. But I'm not gonna. I will just wait. I think here with her. And then if like we're not awake in 30 seconds or a minute or so, I will maybe then start to panic. So like this specific thing, but like they've become used to just odd shit happening around Heck. Maybe this is normal.
Also, question: like, when would Callie kind of be back with it? Like after Heck passes out, maybe?
Yeah, as I think at this point, like since Heck is no longer actively causing the effect, you feel your like magic spread out and all the plants kind of burst back to life, and then you open your eyes, like you come back into the moment, and you see a little ways in the distance, Sayo like leaning over Heck, laying down in the grass, which is probably the most terrifying part of coming out of all of this. Is like, someone is like lying down. And I think it's just long enough to incite a bit of a panic that you're unconscious. Like, I'm thinking it's like a couple minutes. Like, it's not a 30-second, then you're back awake. It's just long enough that people start to panic, and then you wake back up.
Yeah, I think Callie would panic. I think Callie would panic and, like, go over there probably a little quicker than they should. Given, like, I think when they move faster, they feel more pain. But they, like, hurry on over there, and I don't think they even say anything. I think they would just kind of assume it's their fault, just based on, what they experienced and like knowing that there's a connection with Heck and Heck's there. So, and I think that they would, if I can assign myself a condition, I think they would feel guilty.
Yeah, you can absolutely take that if you want to. I'm not going to stop you. All right, what are Mask and Fefala doing during this?
I think Mask has been like observing. They've probably heard about Heck doing this, maybe seen it once in a while, but not to this extent. So when things started to get weird with the plant life, Mask knew enough that they can't really interact in the way that Heck may need. So they just have to wait until it's done. So she goes inside, orders like just water and then maybe some salted meat, thinking people need this to feel better, yes? And then collects it, and just once they turn back and see Heck is on the ground and Saya over her, takes a quicker walk over with the sustenance and slightly more earnest than usual.
I think Fifala is right next to Mask in all of this, and like Mask orders like the cured meats. I'm like, yes, this does work. Like, I'm kind of the affirmation of it, and supporting however I can, because as much as Heck doesn't always like what I do, like giving them like the cheeseburger and things like that, I still want to try. So it is what it is.
Right. Can you describe for us when Heck wakes up, what that is like?
I think it's as abrupt as pretty much anything with Heck is. like I think her eyes open. She kind of like turns over and spits out a bunch of like blackish purple liquid. Gets up, brushes most of the grass, the dead kind of grass clippings off of herself, but doesn't spend a lot of time on it. Gives Sayo kind of like a quick like look over a little bit, sort of like nods, reacquaints herself in space, and right, walks inside.
All right. And if it's all right, I actually think we're gonna leave the night there with Heck going inside. You all are kind of like, that was really weird. Heck did not eat any of the meats that you brought over or drink any of the water, so you all can, have them and sit and reminisce. But I think we're going to skip forward to the next morning with all of this. This has been a lot for one night. You met some interesting new people. Heck did something weird, and I think it's like bedtime wrapped up after this. Although I am going to ask Sayo, does everyone have their own room, or is anyone sharing? And that is
Everyone
including
has-
you, is partly what I'm asking about.
Everyone does have their own room. I think I have a key to everyone's room.
I ask you for those keys to everybody's room so that when they wake up, everybody just has homemade food that I brought and made.
I think Callie's not going to be doing so great. Okay.
All right. Well, you all are able to sleep, get some rest. The next morning, you meet up with your new friend. I'm doing lots of air quotes around friend for this this session today. Your new friend Cody meets you at sort of the edge of the town, like right where the mountains start, and is very excited to see you all. Greets you all with a big grin, like, yes, dragons, and guides you into a little bit into the forest to their shortcut that they have told you about. Their shortcut is there's a small lake with incredibly crystal clear water. And they come to the edge of the lake and they're like, here's the shortcut, and they jump into the water and don't come back out. And like I said, it is very crystal clear in the water, and you look in and you don't see them anymore. And you can see the bottom, like it is the clearest water you've ever seen in your life. There's no fish or anything living in it, which strikes you as interesting. And I mean, like, it is a pond, it's too big to be a puddle, too small to be a pond, if that makes sense in terms of the size of this place. It is not super deep. And yeah, there's nobody in there. Like, they just walk up to the edge, they're like, shortcut, and they jump in and are gone.
I love that.
Does anyone reflexively follow them?
Yeah, I fear I may as well.
I think for Mask is just like we saw them, we know they're real because Charmander touched them yesterday, and they just went in without a hesitation, so must be a true thing.
Yeah, I think Charmander would follow them. And then I have a connection with Charmander, and I'm also like very much wanting my emotional support dragon, and so I'm like ready to go.
All right, is there a moment of Heck and Sayo standing at the edge of the water after everyone has jumped in, or are you also following?
Is gonna wait to go last.
Sayo's gonna look at you and attempt to do something that has never worked before, and they're not expecting to work right now, which is figure out a person. I think they will actually ask this in character. It's not one of the questions, and also I'm not expecting this to go well, so but something like, is it better to break you out of the effect, or to leave you there while the effect is breaking? This also may not be a roll. This might just be a question, and you can choose.
I don't know.
Saya waits long enough that you think they might apologize and then jumps in.
Okay, and then Heck, you're jumping in last.
Yeah, so Heck is also going to try to figure out a person before
Go for it.
going into the water. So she didn't communicate what she learned yesterday to anybody yet. And I think she wants to try to work out in her head while her colleagues are busy and aren't going to be able to interrupt her again. Whether or not Ace is doing this to try and like prove something to his moms. That's her suspicion, but she's like, is he fucking buying like militia gear and trying to go hunt down a dragon to prove what a big man he is? Because he's done some dumber stuff before, but not a lot dumber.
Yeah, this would be on
So
like the
she
top
wants to know,
5
like,
dumb list. Yeah.
before she pops out on the other side in Dragon Country, she wants to know, is she there to save somebody who is already on the bad side of the locals?
Okay.
So
Yeah.
that's her.
Go ahead and roll.
Turn on the thingy. Get this right. Nope.
Same roll as last time.
Love it.
I'm going to say that almost the same thing happens. This is a reactive move actually. So I'm gonna ask if you think it is appropriate for you to stagger, as you don't get the information that you're looking for. Because staggering does allow you a little bit of choice over what happens next. When you stagger, because you only have one condition. So when you stagger as a reaction, with only one condition, you can lash out at someone whose regard matters to you, provoke them to do something foolish or harmful, and take advantage of a string on them if you have one. Hesitate and stumble, and the opposition gains an opportunity, or grin and bear the blow and mark 2 conditions.
I'm going to take 2 conditions. Because I think Heck already feels after last night like a burden to this group of people and would not want to put anything further on them. And so she'll just sort of...
Yeah, you don't want to lash out at any of them or stumble in any way. Yeah, I think it is, the effect is kind of similar if you're trying to communicate with the unseen in a way to figure out this information, like you're trying to get information of asking something of Ace again, or just putting pieces together in your mind as well without even the unseen's effect, just trying to solve it and you just can't. And I think that's the frustration that's building. The unseen are not giving you any information. You can't seem to solve the puzzle on your own here. And it's just so frustrating. What are the conditions that you're taking?
I'm going to take... I think I'm going to take... Guilty. X. And... Frightened.
All right. You take that and you dive into the pool of water, following the others. As each of you dives into the pool, you each see something that I'm actually going to leave entirely up to, or a little bit up to you. We're going to go very briefly, one by one. Mask, I think if it's all right, I think you see a version of yourself before you were Mask, if that's all right. But what that exactly is up to you, and up to how much you want to describe of what you were like before you were this, what you looked like, what the circumstances were of your life.
I think when Mask sees themselves, they see this sort of lankier individual, of course, a lot younger, as at the time when they changed and became Mask. They were an older teen, 18, 19, but shown a lot of wear of survival, which made them look much older. really dark, scraggly long hair, gaunt, sharp, like facial structures and frame. Not the best of clothes, still wore like the dark, muted tones. And just a lot of sort of a sadness in their eyes, a loneliness. Because even back then, they learned a bit more now of how to operate with people and don't see people as just this is something to just deal with, people you can connect with. So that was something that Mask was learning by being around Ace and eventually everyone else, those to a lesser degree, because they are still very aloof and standoffish and is unsure outside of let me do something for you to show that I am also a person.
Yeah. Yeah. I think you see in that younger version of yourself, the thing that does stand out first is the sadness, but then after is the growth, is the fact that you aren't that person anymore, that you have learned to make some connections. At least you've got that one real connection with Ace, and you are learning. It is hard to make connections with other people, with this group of people. Again, it's a work in progress, but that stands out to you that you are not the same as that younger version of yourself. Fifala, you were the next one to jump in. I think the version of yourself that you see is when you first started working at the castle, when this was a new job, before you had met any of these other people, before this sort of group had been formed, before you met Ace, what do you remember of yourself when you were just starting out working at the castle?
I think it's just one very specific memory that comes to mind. The maze that is the inner workings of the hallways and the hidden everything. Fifella got lost for honestly a few days in there. Was like had food that was for somebody. By the end, doesn't remember who it was actually for, but eventually made their way back to the kitchen, to the other chefs that were there. Everyone really scared and happy that they were back and like wondering what had happened, and Fifala just feeling like so like stupid and just like I should have known that. I should have already known that, even though it had been like a week since she'd started at the castle.
Yeah. And again, I think in a similar manner, that sense of I'm so stupid is the first thing that washes over you when you see this memory. And then what comes next is the sense of, man, it's been a long time since I got lost in there. Like, now you can close your eyes, and I think you do for a second. You just visualize the whole layout of all of these kind of back passages, and you know that Mask knows them pretty well, but other than that, it's really just you guys who know your way around like that. And I think another thing that comes into your mind that's unexpected and not quite necessarily part of this memory is there's an odd sense of feeling how much Ace appreciates you that you're not always sure about. Sometimes she doesn't always act like it, but I think in this moment you have that feeling. The next person who jumped in was Callie. And as we start to get into people who have some conditions and who are feeling a little bit more emotional about certain things, I think that the first thing that hits you is, what does the guilt of how you just recently interacted with Heck remind you of?
The guilt of accidentally causing harm to Heck.
Familiar is that feeling? Is there another memory or other memories of other times where you've accidentally caused harm to someone because of your innocence or naivety or not understanding a situation properly?
Yeah, I think there could have been. I think that Callie definitely struggled with people a lot, like more before. And so people were kind of more of a source of pain for them. And Faye would like go out into nature as much as possible, both to like regulate and also to prevent from hurting other people, because that's never their intention, but of course, you know, it still happens. And yeah, I can't think of a specific scenario that would have happened.
I think it's
But,
a couple of
yeah.
things then. I think you start to get a
Yeah.
couple of different memories of times when that's happened, and that is the first thing that hits you. And then I think you think of nature, and I think the memory that it winds up specifically landing on is actually the memory of Sayo taking the moss. As like silly and little as that was, you remembered like, oh, I learned a thing about people, and like my nature thing that I really enjoy was able to help someone else. Like it seemed like they, it seemed like maybe they needed that, and I was able to do something like silly and little and small of like I gave them this moss that they were able to pet and like store away and keep. And again, I think you get this sense of there is still that guilt there that you are carrying, but there's also a sense of learning and growth. And you're like, yeah, these relationships with these other people are new and awkward at times and strained at times, but you are finding this group of people. You're going on these missions and these quests with them, and you're getting to know them a little bit better in a way you haven't really known people before. And the other thing that comes to you that's a bit of a surprise and a bit of a shock is you get a sense of, again, this is about like Sayo and something about the way that they particularly care about you and look after you. It's nothing like super conscious, it's just a feeling that you're like, I've never really noticed or super paid attention to that relationship. But in this moment, remembering the image of Sayo with the moss, like you feel like there is an extra connection there that maybe you weren't aware of. And speaking of, oh, go for it.
Oh, I was just gonna say what I also remember, like when we met, or save that
Yeah.
for later.
Yeah, you could remember a bit of when you met, yeah, and you can, have that memory come into your mind. We are going to jump over to Sayo next, as you are the next one to jump in. What do you think? I mean, again, you've got some different connections with different people here, but I think we're going to go back further than that because you have known Ace for the longest, and I'm curious what is an early memory of that relationship and that history that comes to your mind.
So, like, I assume it's cold jumping into the water. I think that, like, cold shock throws them back to, like, when they were really little. And when it's a minor age difference. I was slightly older than Ace. But it's young enough that, like, the 2 years or whatever it is felt enormous. And I think they were, like, kids having a snowball fight or something in the garden with a bunch of other kids. And Sayo was, like, sitting up in a tree watching, and tiny, I don't know, 6-year-old Ace or whatever age they were, looked out from, like, the middle of a flurry of a snowball fight and was like, and said, like, kind of scolded them in a way they weren't used to, stop watching and start doing. And Sayo took it really hard at the time. One, that like a little baby to their big grown-up 8-year-old mind was telling them what to do. But also they never, now, sort of in retrospect, they haven't done that as much.
Yeah. I think that lingers a little bit, that feeling of that maybe for you there hasn't been that change. Like a lot of people have been getting the sense of change, and you're getting the sense that you still are just watching.
Yeah.
And finally, we're going to go to Heck. I think a lot of different people start to come to Heck's mind. You've had a lot of different relationships, none that have ever really clicked or really understood you. You've always felt most understood by the unseen, and even then, your friends often are trying to get you to do your work and kind of trying to, pester you into doing things. But I think that is potentially what like lands for you is your relationship with the unseen, because again, you've had a lot of unsatisfying relationships of different kinds with different people, but what was it like when you saw the unseen for the first time?
A good question.
Specifically, your friends in the unseen. More specifically, I think maybe like, if you want to, you can answer it however you want. But I'm thinking your 3 friends, maybe.
Yeah, I think it was a really long time ago. I think Heck was really, really young. And I think it didn't occur initially that the unseen were real. It was more a matter of like, children very often have imaginary friends. And so, like, these are my imaginary friends. And then some like different ones started showing up at some point. And it was sort of like, oh, well, these ones are a little bit weirder. I don't know why I made them like that. That's a little bit strange. And then sort of more dangerous ones were showing up and they were getting kind of scarier and scarier. And while trying to communicate that to other people were like, no, that's not what your imaginary friends are like. And so eventually they became progressively less imaginary and more frightening until eventually just these nice ones showed up and the scarier ones stopped showing up quite so much. And Heck realizes at this sort of point that, first of all, they're not imaginary because when the nice ones show up, people do see them. They don't see them how Heck sees them, but they do see them and they are really there. But more importantly, there's a distinction between the imaginary friends who it progressively feels sillier and sillier to talk to and the unseen who it never feels silly to talk to. They always feel like they're really there and they're really listening and they're really trying to help or they're really trying to do something. And sometimes it's hard to tell whether it's helpful or not. And I think, it's been a very, very long time. But all that time ago, they didn't feel as real as they feel now. But now they feel more burdensome because they are real. And Heck is the only person she knows who can talk to them or interact with them meaningfully. And because of that, she herself is kind of a burden to everybody else, as we just saw.
Yeah. Is there any, as your mind kind of focuses you in on the unseen, is there any person, anyone outside of the unseen who comes to mind who maybe feels different than other people, maybe someone who kind of understands you, someone who you really want to understand you, someone in particular? Like, again, we think about your relationships, as your mind shifts to that, like being a burden to other people and how you relate to other people, does anyone come to mind?
This example is probably Sayo. And it's just sort of this matter of not Sayo necessarily feeling closer than everybody else, but more just interacting with Sayo more than everybody else has clarified things to Heck more. So like there might be a memory that's sort of like, after the first time they hooked up, it was one of those very spur of the moment, loud enough that somebody else somewhere else might have like heard it or caught it. And Heck notices other people being uncomfortable about it and thinks it's funny. Like, oh, why do you care what we're doing? Glances over and sees that Sayo doesn't think it's funny. And Heck is like, this is the person who's gotten the closest to me so far. And no matter how close somebody else gets to me, there's always going to be a wall there. Like no matter how long it goes, no matter how much somebody cares or tries, there will always be a wall between me and everybody else. And that's just something that I have to be comfortable with at some point in some way, between how I feel about relationships and how I interact with the world that nobody else seems to notice is right underneath their noses. There will always be something between me and how everybody else feels about each other. But it might not have to be a bad thing, because when you're tired, you can lean on a wall. And when you're frightened, you can hide behind a wall. And maybe it's time to stop trying to break this wall down and start trying to use it the way that a wall is useful.
Yeah. And I think that that is the thing that you are left with, is that image, you can hang things on a wall, you can decorate the wall, you can use the wall in all kinds of different ways, and I think that is maybe a bit of a new thought and a bit of new clarity that comes out of this moment as you go through. I think it dawns on all of you at the same time that there's something magical about this water, more so than it just being a portal, which it very clearly is the next thing you know, you're all standing next to it. Like you fall in and then you're outside of the water. It's like cold for a second, these memories wash over you, and then you are standing on the shore next to an equally sized, nearly identical puddle, but you're in a completely different place. It is a wide open field, again, almost reminiscent of the field that you were in earlier, but this one is more vibrant and more colorful than anything you've ever seen before. And in the very center, there is a like raised bed made entirely of plants, and your friend Ace is lying seemingly asleep on this like raised bed of plants. And as you go to start approaching, you found who you were looking for, a large purple dragon with little bits of black, gray, and white around a sort of the accent colors comes and like lands over and looks at you and doesn't quite give like a defensive roar, but makes a sort of roaring sound that, Callie, you can understand because you can talk to animals, and this dragon is an animal. And it's just asking, who are you? Even though it might sound a little bit intimidating to the others who don't speak dragon, it is just asking who you are.
Yeah, so I don't think I would be scared or anything. I think I'm, because like it's just normal to me. I mean, dragon's a little new, like big dragon.
Yeah, this is a big dragon. This is not a Charmander-sized dragon.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think that with such a like direct question that they know the answer to, I think they would just be like, I'm Callie, and these are my, and then like not know if they should say friends or not, but and kind of like fumble a little bit and be like, what even are they? This way, and then just be like, well, we came here looking for our missing friend, because Ace is all of our friends, so that's we're getting back onto things that Faye knows. So we came here looking for our missing friend, and that's him right over there.
Your friend was meant to meet with me to discuss something important, but almost as soon as they arrived, they fell to sleep, and we have not been able to wake them up.
Oh my gosh. So I've totally not picked up on anyone else if they looked scared or anything. I did not pick up on that. They might notice that like I have a shift in demeanor with the dragon, because I'm just now possibly noticing that beyond Ace is there, but like Ace is like asleep. I may have not. I don't think I noticed that. Now I'm like, oh, well, that's not great. Gosh. Okay.
Anyone else like asking what's going on? Because you all are not hearing. You're hearing like dragon
I'm totally
roars.
focused on the dragon.
Yeah, and then hearing Callie respond.
2 animals before though,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
Initial instinct, because it would have been just happened like a couple seconds before Callie started talking, is they would have stepped forward and taken a defensive stance, and those behind them would have seen like just their arm disappear into the clothes of their fabric, knowing they were probably ready to strike with a sword in case, and very much trying to take up space between the group and the dragon. But then once Callie starts talking, her head kind of tilts over and she relaxes their shoulders a little bit.
I think, where is Mask, like, taking that stance? Is it, like, between Callie and the dragon, or where is it?
like just jutted out like in a very quick step fashion to be in front of the group initially, sort of taking that front line position.
Yeah, okay. Then I'm gonna like take out my giant shovel that I've been carrying around. And kind of stand right next to Heck and Sayo to protect them.
Yeah, interestingly enough, as you all are getting into this kind of protective position with near the dragon and the others, you hear something from behind you as someone else steps out of the water behind you. And you turn around, and as this person as this person steps out of the water, the dragon actually like how like a cat kind of like arches and like gets into a bit of a like defensive position as well upon seeing this person, as someone dressed in a full like uniform, wearing a necklace that has the pendant that I believe only Mask you might have seen and recognized as a dragon hunter. This person is tall. They are holding a sword that is already drawn. They are again like dressed in a full like type of like hunting uniform. And they walk out from behind you and say, I knew you would lead me right where I wanted to go.
I'd like to take food from my bag and throw it at them.
You can do that.
I take spoiled Oka of Fortitude. So the coconut milk and everything, spoiled, disgusting, gross. And I throw it at them using my playbook move, my obsession playbook move of how's that milkshake taste?
Amazing. Is that a roll?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and roll for it.
That is, and then I add, I think that's a 7.
Okay.
Yes, that is. So, I get to choose one from these, which I'm just gonna do it. They become flustered and retreat.
Okay, I think the way that I'm going to have that work is that like they back up a couple of steps and like trip and fall back into the water. And like they can come back through if they want to. But that gives you all a lot more time to prepare if there's anything anyone wants to prepare, or anyone else wants to. It's Thirsty Sword Lesbians. I want to give you guys a chance to show off your swords. I know some people have some really cool ones. The dragon has kind of taken a defensive stance over Ace. Is there anything anyone else wants to do?
Callie and go, what did they say? Sort of head nod towards the dragon.
And then Callie's gonna like take a second because so much just happened.
Yeah, processing, loading.
Yeah, processing, trying to think of words and like get them out. I think Callie has a good rapport with the dragon, so like immediately, like as soon as the dragon got like all freaked out, then Callie would have like, without worrying at all, turned their back to the dragon and like looked to see what was going on. Like dragon is friend, dragon's fine, dragon's one of us. No one else knows that, but and I'm just like, I don't know who this person is, but I don't like that they drew a sword and that like people I care about are around here. That's not cool. And my sword is basically just a cane. It's really cool looking, but it's basically harmless. There's and I'm very small compared to the dragon. So like standing in front of it, like gotta get through me first is really not like tactically very whatever. But that's the energy. So Callie, and then also Charmander is gonna kind of get up in arms too, but of course he's a little guy. You gotta get through Charmander, and then Callie, and then the dragon.
Okay.
Someone come up, they did immediate heel pivot and darted forward past the three that they were initially protecting and went onto the other side to protect them. This time, their sword actually producing sort of out as the like a shadow, just like a sling of this long, almost rapier style sword, matching the more kind of, I guess, lankier like statue she's trying to take on. And she's already starting to think of a plan, and I would like to do a devious scheme to see if I could maybe come up with something that our group can take advantage of while this person has been knocked back.
Incredible. Is that a roll?
It is a roll, so I
Okay,
roll
amazing.
with
Go and
plus
roll
wit.
for it. Plus wit. While it's happening, anyone else want to describe? Is everyone taking their sword out?
I have a thing, but it can wait until after.
I don't know if Callie's
until they get some sort of answer about what's going on before they pull a sword.
I don't think Callie would whack someone with their cane. Maybe there's thorns on it. You don't know. There's vines. But I think they're still kind of like processing what's going on. So like they turned, but they're not like holding their cane like that or anything. So they're just still a little confused.
Yeah,
what's going
absolutely.
on. They see everyone else getting ready. And
yeah. What is the roll for that devious plan?
8 total.
Okay.
So with a devious scheme, when I roll between a 7 and 9, once during your plan, you may choose to produce just the right object, describe an unexpected weakness in an obstacle, or appear right behind someone at a crucial moment. So I think in the moment where she like swung at her blade and does like a bit of a shadowy swoosh, there's just suddenly this blip out, and to the group it looks like she just disappeared, and it's weird, like what happened here? What's the trick? And she's now sort of prepared to step up behind this person and be a threat.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what happens is the person kind of like stumbles his way back out of the water. This time, like very unprepared. Oh, we'll go ahead and we'll get the other swords. Yeah.
Sorry. I wanted to do one last commune with the unseen in an attempt to harm this person on his way back, since we know he's coming back.
Yeah.
If he came the first time. I want to try and commune with the unseen in an attempt to temporarily alter the unseen nature of a place to make it so that on his way back through this magic water, something bad happens to him.
Saya's going to sidle up to Callie, is not going to touch you, unlike last night, but still sort of close shoulder to shoulder, and go, what did the dragon say?
Oh, right. Did I miss that already? Callie was confused. Absolutely a character. Yes. And then Callie's going to remember what the dragon said. Oh, yes. Okay. So Callie's going to share that, like, Ace was meeting up with the dragons and then kind of passed out and hasn't been able to be woken up ever since. Is that correct?
You got it, yeah.
Yes, I did.
Figure out a person on the dragon to see if I believe that.
And then I see you got. Do you add anything to that, Jesse? To that? Is that a 7? You're muted.
2 to it because it's spirit, so it's still just a 9. It's still in the middle.
Okay. We'll get the results from Do You Believe the Dragon, and then we'll describe what happens as the person is like crawling his way back out of the water. Much less coordinated than last time.
The dragon.
Okay. Right now you have no reason not to believe the dragon. They do seem like they are in a defensive position over Ace. Like it seems like the dragon is trying to defend them, and you realize that if they had wanted to do something to harm Ace, they've had a week. So it seems unlikely that the dragon has ill will towards Ace. And then, so this person is like, again, last time it was like the dramatic, they appeared behind you. This time they're like crawling out of the water with, somehow with food still on their face. You'd think it would be washed off, but it wasn't. It's like in their hair. What is do you want to describe what the bad thing is that happens to him?
You get to pick two. I'd like to temporarily alter the unseen nature of a place to kind of like do something bad to him on the way back through the water. Maybe like temporarily the water's super acidic and it starts like burning all his armor and buckles and stuff off, so he is less defensive. And I'd like to hide something in the unseen world. I'd like to hide whatever weapons he has on him, where he literally can't possibly reach them.
Yeah, amazing. I think you see that. You see the armor starting to be burned off. You see the sword literally just vanish from his hand. He looks like horribly offended by all of this. I'm actually going to have him mark a condition for one, from all of what you've already inflicted on him. I think it doesn't necessarily really matter what condition you inflict on NPCs. It's just their damage. But right now he looks more like offended than anything else. And he like as he steps out of the water, he starts in on the like dramatic villain speech of, "I am Joe Roland, the long lost great grandson of the original dragon hunter, and anyone can interrupt him at this point. You do not have to. This is not a like let the GM finish the villain speech. Do whatever you want. Yeah.
Throws a bowl at him, completely missing him, but throwing it at him to shut him up.
Yeah. You get a bowl thrown. Yeah.
Mask is right behind him, so when the bowl goes, he goes to duck down, and she just like kicks him in the butt.
Yeah.
Land him on the face.
So I think when they were like reading the dragon, they had like half turned around to try and make eye contact and was like, okay, good enough, and pulls out their sword, which for them is cracking the knuckle on their left hand, but instead of making a knuckle cracking sound, it makes the sound of glass shattering. And the henna pattern that goes from their fingertips all the way like up under their sleeves stays in place, but all of the clear glass falls out away from it until they're holding a sword made of shattered glass. It's kind of hard to see. It's either too clear to see or it's reflecting light directly into your eyes, but it's hard to get an eye on. And then turns around and sees this guy like face down in the dirt by the time they turn back around and go, okay.
Yeah. You see, it seems like he's trying to summon some sort of magic. Like you can guess that he thought that he was going to be able to like magically overtake you all, but got hit so fast that he hasn't had time to like summon the spell. So what would you like to do?
This looks a little bit taken care of, but they are going to walk over to sort of join the beatdown that's happening.
Yeah, just sort of whack, yeah. You all just sort of start. I'm not even going to have anyone like roll fight for this. We could have had a bigger, more dramatic fight scene, but I think this is more appropriate anyways. That you just kind of like wail on this guy. He's not able to access any of the magic that he is clearly like trying to do and trying to like get words out, but then he keeps like his face is getting hit into the grass and it's not really working. So you're able to get him subdued enough, and you still have Ace, who is still asleep. What would anyone have any ideas that they would like to try to wake your friend up?
Yeah, I think Sayo sort of like leaves the fight before it's over to be like, you guys got this.
Yeah.
To go back over, and if the dragon lets us by, same idea as Heck. This is not pleasant or sweet.
Yeah.
Maybe like pouring some pond water on their face.
Yeah, just dump some cold water on them.
Mm-hmm.
It works.
This has worked before.
Yeah. You wake Ace up with a start. A very like, oh my goodness. Hey guys. Good to see you. Thanks for finding me here. Sorry. Hi. They like wave at all of the rest of you who are kind of in the background.
Just perfectly perched on top of this person's back and has like driven them into the ground.
Yeah, Callie's like hung back. Callie's still by the dragon and Ace and stuff, so could also went to see like once they saw Sayo going to go check on Ace and like that's handled. They're like, well, I'm not really gonna do much over there anyway. So so they go like check on Ace and they're just like what? Oh. I don't even have words. Like, well, yeah, of course we came for you. But like, why are you? What? Why? What? Yeah. There you go. Sayo finishes that.
I know I shouldn't have left without telling you, but I left you a note. Did you not find it?
Where did you leave the note?
It was in my room.
And then Callie's like, I'm gonna look at Sayo because Sayo was one of the ones that checked the room. Like,
and actually, like, starts to think back and then rolls their eyes and goes, "In your room, I was supposed to find something."
I thought it was really obvious. It was like right on the nightstand by my bed. I know I should have. Okay. So the whole story is that I had explained in the note that I left for you. I had been a couple of the times recently when I had like gotten lost. I wasn't lost. I was trying to not come here, but I met this dragon. I've been trying to figure out like ways for us to talk and stuff because I'm sure you've heard one of the times when I got lost that I actually did get lost. I overheard two people talking and they were both claiming to be dragon hunters, and one of them said that a dragon hunter had infiltrated the palace. And I knew it wasn't any of you. Like obviously I trusted you guys, but I still couldn't talk super publicly about it, cuz like I didn't want them to know that I knew. So I guess you guys are always solving my problems and running after me and finding me, and I'm always making so much trouble for all of you. I kind of thought I would just handle this by myself without telling anyone, which is silly because everything that my moms are telling me about like it's going to be my responsibility to run things, I don't want it to be all my responsibility. I want to be able to share things with all of you. It's easier and it's more fun when we do things together. I don't know. I feel really silly now saying all of this out loud.
Sayo will like agree, but also is going to like sit down next to them and sort of lean against them.
yeah.
They will like lean back into you. Sorry for making you come all this way.
What were you trying to do?
I was hoping if I could talk to the dragon hunters are bad for a lot of reasons. They're bad for, if they get their hands on that kind of magic. I wanted to warn the dragons about them, but also see if maybe they wanted to work with us. We could all, work together, have a common enemy and all that.
Is what an heir would do.
Yeah. I guess Callie's understanding more, but still a little confused. Because I mean, from Faye's perspective, like why didn't you come to me? I can speak with dragons. And like you knew that I wasn't the dragon hunter.
I know. I mean, a couple things. One, I kind of forget sometimes that you can do that. Like, it's so normal that I don't always remember that is like a thing you can do that's really cool. You just do it so casually. I didn't want to put you in danger until like I knew for sure. Like I had the thought kind of after I'd already started working on things, and then I thought, oh, I'll tell you later, and then I kind of forgot to tell you. And I mean, I did find a way to communicate with the dragon. We've just been like, and they make like they basically have invented / coordinated like a kind of a signing language with the dragon that they do back and forth, and they show you that they do have like a little way of communicating, and then they go again I don't know, I wanted to do things by myself. I wanted to be independent, but again, that's silly. I mean, no one, it doesn't matter who you are or what your, status or standing is. I don't think anyone's meant to be like fully independent. We all need each other. We all lean on each other, even if it's in really vastly different ways. I don't feel like I should have to do all of this by myself. I think that's why I have all of you. And the fact that you're willing to come all this way for me, again, as I keep dragging you into things, just reminds me how much all of you care about me. So, thank you for that. And
then
I think, go for it.
I was just gonna say, Callie is going to also kind of reflect more on like that moment where they weren't sure if they should use the word friends. Not that anyone could hear, like, I don't know, I don't think people could understand what I was saying to the dragon anyway. But I think they're kind of thinking of like different moments with the different folks, like the moss and the drawing and the food and everything, and just kind of like thinking of these things and how it's kind of become more than just like meeting up, doing a quick thing, and kind of like a little community. And I think they're going to sit down as well.
Yeah. And I think that is the perfect note to end our story on, is all of you, I imagine, kind of come together and sit around your mutual friend as a group of friends together. And as time goes on, you are able to learn, you are able to kind of capture the dragon hunter and take them back. You learn that the reason for some of the weirdness that happened initially was that Ace had been, a curse had been placed on them by this dragon hunter. The idea that this person had was that they put this sleeping curse on Ace, and that Ace was supposed to then, in kind of a weird way, like lead them to the dragon and then fall unconscious and be unable to do anything. However, we all know Ace is very good at getting lost. And even this professional dragon hunter couldn't track them through the city because they took such a weird ass route and went so many different directions. And that was just all Ace doing that. That wasn't the effect of the curse. They just they just get lost really easily and couldn't remember where they were going. Over time, you're able to work together to create a new alliance between dragons and people, and to make sure, you gain a lot of information about the dragon hunter's plans, make sure they are never able to come to fruition. And as for this group, maybe get to know each other better in some new and different ways with some of the insight that you gained from this forced journey of spending a lot of time together. And, as the scene kind of ends and we go, like, to the credit, in an end credit scene, there's a little flash of, like, 2 weeks later, when, heck, your friends, like, are guiding you to the castle to go and get a cheeseburger, and you walk into the meeting room with all of the food laid out and everybody else there in the room, and that's where we're going to close it off. We are going to go around. Thank you so much to everyone for being here, and thank you so much to my players for telling this fantastic story. I'm going to have everybody go around and give your outro, say who you are, who you've been playing today, where people can find you, anything else that you have. And yeah, we're going to start. I'm going to toss it to Natalie.
She, they, and I was playing Mask, any all. Find me most places on the internet with Ghost Candle or Ghostly Candle on Twitch and YouTube. I am a artist, actual play performer, and general variety person. So you can follow me to see what I'm up to next, which will be Friday. I'll be over at the Pantless table doing a one-shot of Degaheart for their charity stream for trans. So make sure you come check us out too. Let's popcorn to Dizzy.
They, them, the hottest artist on Spotify, bottom line, got it that time. I am responsible for Volume 1 and soon Volume 2 of The Bard Chronicles, a feature-length narrative D&D rap album. I do YouTube videos breaking down how I see TTRPG stuff in other things. I did a full very long video breaking down line by line an Eminem song called One Shot, Two Shot into rounds of D&D combat because it's so transparently just D&D combat. And that's just that's my shtick. I turn stuff that's not TTRPGs into TTRPGs and the other way around. You can probably just find me on Blue Sky or YouTube. I'm not really anywhere else. So good luck. And we'll shoot that over to Sneha.
I'm Sneha, she, they. I was playing Sayo, they, them, the Dream Mirror. I am at Sneha Baker, tagged in the Nerds with Dice posts. Same handle everywhere. If you're looking for me, I am not online a ton, but if anything's happening, you can find me there. And Miriam is next to me, so calling you out.
Hi, everybody. My name is Murmur, she, they pronouns. I played Faifala today, and yeah, you can find me on Blue Sky. That's my most active social media platform, wormtrade.bsky.social. And this week, tomorrow, you can catch me on Sword and Key playing Fragments of Lost, where I play a big old buff nerd, best of both worlds. And right now, we'll be starting with me as a tiny iguana on top of a kaiju iguana. So that's a good time. I really love that. On Wednesday, I'm starting a new charity stream on Dax's channel. Dax the GM, I believe. We'll be raising money for the Lupus Foundation. And then on Friday, I will be on this channel for a Ville Time stream, our next session. We're going to be flirting with. We're just gonna be flirting in a bar. It's gonna be great. And then I'm also gonna be on Pencil's Tables on Friday as well for their charity stream. Playing. What am I playing? Oh, I'm playing a drag queen. So that's gonna be great. And then finally, I'm gonna pass it over to Charlie.
Hey, hi, I'm Charlie. Well, if you might have noticed, I was playing Callie and the Nature Witch, and you can find me at She Regenerated 13, pretty much everywhere. You can look up my link tree, and there will be a bunch of different platforms linked on there. And if you're not sure how to spell my handle, it is a Doctor Who reference, like the 13th Doctor. She regenerated, and she's number 13. So yeah, most of my stuff is like queer and Doctor Who. I make a lot of art, and I would cosplay and all sorts of different things. I really thrive in variety, and I just made a Twitch account as well, where I'm sure I'll be like a variety streamer, like maybe playing cozy games like The Sims and things like that. I do have a cat named Charmander who I don't think joined us at all during this, but maybe will join us in any future streams. And maybe Callie will even return either in Sims or in a future campaign maybe. This is my first experience with TTRPGs, and it's been a lovely experience, and I feel like Thirsty Sword Lesbians is just like, it's the perfect thing. I saw it,
Yeah, this is a good game, yeah.
Yeah, I went out and I got the hard copy too, and I just like, I saw on Blue Sky.
Everyone hold up your book, mandatory, yeah.
On Blue Sky. And this is by the lovely April Kit Walsh. Thank you, April, for writing this. But yeah, I just saw like a little like Blue Sky post like, hey, any ace people want to do Thirsty Sword Lesbians for trans justice? That's all my favorite things, of course.
Absolutely. Well, we're so glad that you were able to join us. I love having people who've never played a TTRPG before, so thank you for being so willing to dive in. Yes, TSL is a great game. Thank you, everyone, for playing. Thank you for watching. It has been so much fun to do Oops All Ace for our Thirsty Sword Lesbians game and for the wrap-up of the Nerds with Dice 48-hour charity event. My name is Quinn. I use any and all pronouns. I have been your GM today. You can find me in my normal game I play in weekly as a player is over on Zeal Zaddy. We are playing Magnus Archives Miami. That game is on Sundays at 6 p.m. Pacific time is our starting time. We've been on a break for June, but we're going to be back next weekend. I won't be there, actually. Next weekend, I'm going to be with my partner in real life, being gay in real life for the end of Pride Month. So I will not be on that stream next weekend, but I will be back after that for our normally scheduled games. And I always have a bunch of different charity things going on, so you can find me on my Blue Sky at QuinnBeckham27. Again, this has been the end. This is the wrap up. So our players are free to head off if they would like to, but we're going to welcome Sophia on because she's the one who put this whole thing together. So everybody who's here, round of applause for Sophia. Yay!
Yay, Sophia!
This would not have happened without her. And Nerds with Dice, of course. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Yes, so we didn't quite hit 500, 475. If you want to make me a liar, go donate $25 and we can still hit 500, but otherwise, thank you so much, everybody, for joining, for being a part of this. I do want to thank Merm is still here, for being in so many games and being ready, if unfortunately not able, but ready to be one of our potential mystery guests for the Wildheim game, which is why it was a mystery guest because we didn't know who was going to be able to play. So it was a lot of fun, but thank you so much, everybody. Again, results aside, I think we put together something amazing this weekend. We showcased so many games. We had interviews, panels with so many amazing people. Hopefully made some new friends and did something for the community, and it is a wonderful thing. And look at that, I'm like, we're wrapping up the stream, so I don't want to do the giveaway. Look at that, I'm a liar. We're $500 raised, everybody. Woo! I'm gonna figure out how we're gonna do the giveaway for the physical book of Valor Best in Class, but we won't do it here on stream because we are wrapping up and I don't want to hold that up too much. Wow. I lost my entire train of thought there, but yes, I want to
For a good reason, thankfully. Yeah.
Yes, I want to thank some of my fellow chancellors, Stasia, all of the graphics you've seen. I did help a little bit, but the backgrounds and all of that was all of Stasia. There was the videos were Stasia. There was some help from some people down the line making corrections and stuff, and that includes Keldry and Vivi and myself. Big thanks to Mary as well for jumping in and running 2 games. Really saved us on Girl by Moonlight. I'm trying to think. I feel like there was, there's a few people, Dizzy and stuff, who were in multiple games, and thank you as well for doing that. Really, it's just a wonderful thing. I'm so glad to have met all of you, especially, those of you who I played in game with. So thankful for the interviews, and I think that is the biggest thing I learned from this, is that Nerds with Dice needs to do more interviews and maybe more panels if people are up for it. But we definitely need to do more interviews because those were great, and could have got all of them could have gone on a lot longer, and we had to cut them short to get to the next thing. So we'll definitely have to add some more interviews to our repertoire. As for Nerds with Dice, folks, keep an eye out. This is sort of the big project, and everything else we've been talking about is on hold, but we have more stuff in the pipeline for this summer, including our community theater night. If you're in the Discord, you may have heard that we're going to be doing a little community theater night, which is basically us trying to force ourselves to play all of those games we have piled up in our itch libraries, and by randomly spinning the games that we play, we're also going to put together a forever GMs versus summer camp games for forever GMs for summer camp games. expect that there'll be some work with Valor due to their amazing generosity, and they put up 9 items for giveaway today, or not today, this weekend. So we will definitely put something together for them for that, and Falling Skies by Lost Haven. We'll definitely be working on something with that. We've been in contact with them and we'll put something together. And otherwise, just keep in mind, we'll post on the socials when we got new stuff, new casting calls, and all of that. So I thank everybody, and good rest, people, and have a good rest of your day. Bye, everyone.